Chapter 268. Tang Tian shook his head. How can such a cowardly tofu heart groom out a good spirit general? Is there a trash can or something? Just at this time, a voice came out from behind. Everyone, what's the matter? It's useless. No matter how you train, it's useless. He was sweating profusely, thinking about his father who was famous for his iron blood. His scalp went numb. This kind of competitive strategy was the iron law of the tribe. His father was an unwavering supporter. That year he stood out from the 200 tribesmen and obtained his current position. Although the young master was a little flashy, but his foresight and wisdom was not lacking. Different from the bulky and cumbersome mechanical weapons, Sky Tiger's body was thin and well-proportioned. The lines were sharp, like the sky blue metal. The feathers on its back were full of sharp aura. Elderly hurriedly said, "It's us who have troubled you. Goodbye, goodbye." Hearing Elder Li's words, he immediately calmed down. An angry roar reverberated throughout the recruit barracks. Bing looked at the sky with tears in his eyes. The sorrow in his heart flowed like a river. If we can succeed, it will definitely add a lot of points for young master's assessment. Elder Li was afraid that the young master would act recklessly and said, searching every corner. He did not see any news of Chia. He was such a wise and far-sighted master tactician. To actually make such a low-level mistake, as expected, his intelligence was dragged down by that crazy young man master does not like to flaunt. As for other matters, this old man is only guarding the door. The work is urgent. I will not keep you all for tea. Blind Cord Old Man said indifferently. Tang Tian was still immersed in training. Whatever plans, he threw it all to Crane. He knew his own limits. With his own mind, all these complicated matters made him dizzy. Elder Li's heart was beating fast. He did not expect to meet a Heaven Road list martial artist. And it was the famous Blind Cord Old Man. He reacted quickly and immediately said, "I did not know this was Senior's property. Please forgive me." "Yes, yes." Tang Tian nodded his head. I already knew you were a coward." Elder Li's gaze was cast towards a balcony in the distance that was basking in the sun. A blind old man sat on a wheelchair and played the arrow while making ee noises. Behind the old man, a strong man looked at him with a cold gaze. "I don't dare." Tang Tian sneered. "Have you forgotten whose territory this is? Tang Yi, is there any way to get rid of this guy?" Elder Li's eyes lit up. When he first saw the Sky Tiger, he couldn't take his eyes off it. "Hey, you better not come, humph humph." Bing's killing intent soared. He had just spilled the beans in front of Tang Tian and was in a terrible mood. Now that he had bumped into these people, he couldn't wait to fight them. Don't you want the swallowing light steel fist anymore? It's a unique martial skill. He pulled Playboy and left dejectedly. "How dare you!" The smoke was furious. Every time he finished a round of training, he would meditate to recover his true power, and at the same time use his martial spirit, Silver Flame, to temper the bleeding cat blade scythe. The last time he tried using the power of the crane, there was always a slight obstacle. He felt that the tempering of the bleeding cat blade scythe was not enough, so he continued to temper the bleeding cat blade scythe. Elder Li patiently explained. One look and you can tell that the Blind Cord Old Man is not the person in charge. To be able to make a Heaven Road list martial artist willingly guard a place. How can an ordinary powerhouse do that? If you start a war, it will implicate a lot of people. Young master, you must not act rashly. Different from Ling Su and Crane, Tang Tian had never felt that his talent in training was outstanding. Since young, no one had ever called him a genius. On the contrary, the mockery and ridicule had accompanied him as he grew up. His heart had long been tempered to become extremely tenacious and even more steady. He had been immersed in mechanical techniques for over 10 years, and his foresight was shrewd and ruthless. It was not something that Playboy could compare to. Elder Li's eyes flashed a cunning look. Young master, don't worry. We are not suitable to take action. We can find someone else to do it. A beautiful blue mechanical weapon quietly appeared behind everyone. A low and stern voice came out from inside. "Tang," he said, "we can throw it to the martial technique wall and engulf the spirit cards to form a new spirit general." It quietly floated in the air, its body slightly leaning forward. Its gaze was like that of a predator. A wave of killing intent enveloped the entire area. Playboy was silent. "Open your eyes and take a look. Stop daydreaming." Heaven Road list martial artist. Elder Lee's face congealed. "I did not expect it to be him. Seems like we have to investigate his backing. Send people to keep a close eye on them. Don't do anything. Just keep an eye on them. That mechanical weapon is not normal." After meditating, Tang Tian stood up and walked in front of the smoke. "Hey, can you shut up? They have famous teachers, countless of treasures. Since young, their blood meridians have been cleansed, and unique martial techniques have been trained since young. What do you have to compete with them? Your sweat. Haha, stop joking. Anyway, it was just grinding. After 100,000 times or 1,000,000 times, it would be grinded through." "Will they come again?" Sai Lei asked worriedly. Ever since a few days ago, the smoke with a pair of angry eyes finally had some movement. Then, it was like this. "Then we are just helpless like this?" Playboy said unhappily. Not only did he have to compete with his own brothers and sisters, he also had to compete with the direct descendants of the other branches. His annual examinations could only be considered above average, and was not considered outstanding. There were few introductions about him, and it was about the battle of the 5-hitman squad. Some of the details were actually accurate, but at the same time there were some conjectures. But in the huge Heavens Road, such a battle was not eye-catching. Currently, the most shocking thing was the battle between the sword saints of the two sections. The family treated all the second-generation disciples equally. They were scattered all over the place, and everyone had their own businesses. Every year they would be tested. The results of the tests would be used to judge their abilities. Upon Sky Tiger's appearance, he immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially Elderly, who was beside Playboy, who did not speak. His eyes suddenly lit up as he stared intently at Sky Tiger. Furious roars drifted out from the cloud of smoke and lingered in the ears. The martial artists beside the young master turned pale with fright. In front of the aristocratic families, your persistence has no meaning. You have already lost at the starting line. No matter how fast you run, no matter how hard you try, it is all meaningless. In the future, it would not be easy to get money from young man Tang. Tang Tian was a little disappointed, but very quickly he raised his head, his gaze once again becoming unswerving. Elder Lee's heart jumped. A name uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. "You are saying..." Playboy's eyes lit up. A powerhouse that could have a Heaven Road list martial artist was not a small powerhouse. Sai Lei heaved a sigh of relief. Playboy's gaze towards her was so passionate that it caused her hair to stand. Elder Lee's face changed. Any Heaven Road list martial artist was extremely arrogant. They were the world's strongest small group of people, and they already stood at the top of the world. Such a strong martial artist, the difficulty of recruiting them could be imagined. Elder Lee frowned, walked to Playboy's side, and placed his hand on Playboy's shoulder. A wave of true power entered Playboy's body, causing Playboy to suddenly wake up, his face revealing a shocked expression. His current goal was the air shield strike technique, but he was unable to complete the middle difficulty, pit of falling rocks, but that did not make him retreat. He simply started to practice waving his shield, the most basic movement of shield-type martial techniques. He took a deep breath, the true chi in his body stirred, and shouted, "Are you blind, cord, old man?" "I am just a servant, helping my master to guard this place." Blind cord, old man said indifferently. Elderly smiled satisfactorily. A look of displeasure flashed past Elder Lee's eyes. The strong were respected. The Heaven Road list martial artist was worthy of respect. His young master's performance made him unhappy, but he did not say much and only said, "Young master, please do not act blindly without thinking. The other party's background is unfathomable. Before we completely understand, we should not make enemies with them. I wonder if your master—" Elderly tried to probe. No matter what kind of strategy, in the end, they would have to compete with their fists to win or lose. Since it was so, then he would spend all his time on training. That's right, if they are bluffing, they will immediately reveal their true colors. Elderly said, "Not all the Heaven Road list martial artists see money as dirt. Young master's foresight is indeed extraordinary. That mechanical weapon is not an ordinary item. When it neared us, it did not make a sound. Such a strong mechanical weapon. I have never heard of it. This society is not fair. Never fair. Ants will always be ants. Heaven Road list martial artist." Playboy's face changed. That old man is actually a Heaven Road list martial artist. Playboy, who was pulled away, was at a loss. Elderly, where did that blind cord old man come from? Tang Tian looked for the latest issue of Immortal Martial News. As expected of a loser. Tang Tian shook his head. Isn't that how losers find excuses for themselves? What swallowing light steel fist? You have such a soft heart. How can you train in a steel fist? I am not the least bit interested in you now. Let me tell you, if you do not shut up, I will erase you. Sai Lei's heart jumped. The other party obviously did not have good intentions. Perspiration would not lie. You. The smoke was enraged. Tang Tian was too lazy to care about it. But this fellow did not have the slightest intention to restrain himself. Roaring and howling all day, it was so noisy. Bing did not have time to take care of his training, so he did it himself. The crowd was restless. The martial artists beside Playboy all had a change in expression. A few experts could not hold back and were about to step out. Then he would make himself the strongest fist. Every round of training, I will wave the shield 20,000 times. Maybe there are shortcuts, but only smart people can find them. I will train honestly until I have enough. The sorrowful string sound affected people's state of mind. Playboy's face was in a daze. His strength was very sloppy. How could he block the string sound? His state of mind was immediately absorbed by the string sound. From the past till now, he had always believed in this. There were too many principles in this world. He only needed to understand this one, and that was enough. Playboy was not satisfied. He snorted. So what if you are a Heaven Road list martial artist? We have one too. The old man stopped. His coarse and dry voice came out from afar. It's me? I'll listen to you. Playboy said, I have enough patience. A strand of sorrowful string sound floated out from afar. Ha ha ha. Did I hit the nail on the head? And actually you already knew. You were just lying to yourself. Ha ha. The smoke laughed maniacally. Chapter 269. Yu Shun and the other two's eyes immediately turned red. All of them were elites of feudal martial, and had spent many years to groom them, but they were like lambs being slaughtered by the opponent. Time passed slowly. Tang Tian's heart was not distracted. Yu Shun was equally agitated, but he was still experienced and prudent. That depends on us. Tang Tian, who was immersed in training, did not notice Tang Yi's strangeness. He had to seize the time, because they had to take action tonight. Huoma Air and the rest had already scouted out feudal marshal's location, and the desert was ultimately their territory. Boss actually went to challenge Kongda. The battle was imminent, but Tang Tian's state of mind was not affected in the slightest. He was extremely focused on training, even if it was the simplest wave of the shield. After mastering the power of the crane, Tang Tian was more sensitive to the minute changes and became more sensitive. The night was like water. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the camp. Yu Shun suddenly squinted his eyes, his face cold. Such guts! To actually dare to attack the camp! Yu Shun took a sip of the strong alcohol, but did not swallow it, but kept it in his mouth with a leisurely look. He looked ordinary, but his expression was calm and unruffled. giving people a feeling that he did everything slowly. According to Bing's battle plan, tonight was the first wave of sneak attack. Just at this time, the silver-armored young man who was locked down by his palm suddenly raised his head, his cold pupils lit up with a brilliant light. Tang Tian shook his head. I don't want it. No matter how powerful a martial technique is, without the heart of a martial artist, it is fated to be incomplete. When Ghost Claw taught me the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, it was not a unique martial technique, but I was very happy because I could feel Ghost Claw's willpower and conviction from this martial technique. That was a willpower and conviction that even time could not erase. And in your swallowing light steel fist, there are only your complaints, your cowardice, your excuses. Such a martial technique, I don't want it. But Yu Shun's gaze was fixated on the person in the silver armor holding the shield in his left hand. That person was not the strongest, but his killing efficiency was the highest, like an emotionless killing machine. His movements were simple and clean, without any excess. The opponent only had 3 people, and the one who used a blade was a spirit general. But the blade aura was extremely tyrannical, and there was almost no one who could withstand it. The black-clothed youth, wielding the sword, was confident and agile. His sword aura was sharp and incisive, and his movements were extremely unpredictable. From time to time, he would create 2 or 3 phantoms that were hard to distinguish between real and fake. What was his will and belief? This was the Great Sorrow Thunder Palm. Yong Chio laughed out loud. Actually, it's pretty good. It's rare for everyone to gather, and I see that everyone is rather happy. Although he had long since expected that this mission would not be easy, the silver-armored youth still caused a ripple in his heart. That's right. Yu Shun's expression congealed as he nodded his head. This Ursa Minor Constellation silver treasure is our reward for this operation. After we kill these few fellows, this silver treasure will belong to old Manu. Tang Yi was also shocked by Tang Tian's words. He felt that Tang Tian's words seemed to have touched the bottom of his heart, and there seemed to be something fermenting in his body. What kind of martial artist are you? Yes, Yu Shun said solemnly. Boss obtained a Ursa Minor Constellation, silver treasure. Yu Shun actually felt that he was being overly cautious, but he still said, It's better to be careful. Boss cares about these few people. Thinking that he could fight tonight, Tang Tian's morale soared. Even the repulsive Ling Su in his eyes became more pleasing to the eye. Ever since Tang Tian realized that battles were extremely helpful to the enlightenment of martial techniques, he finally understood why the martial artists in the legends loved to go around and challenge people. They probably felt that they would never cross paths with such a strong existence in their entire lives. A polar grade silver treasure in the southern sky's 42 constellations could definitely be sold for a sky-high price. Brother Shun, what's going on this time? Shui Cheng raised his eyebrows and asked, Boss did not explain clearly and only told us to listen to your commands. We are still in the dark. Ursa Minor Constellation, one of the 5 polar domains, to Lupus Constellation. Such a tyrant was an unreachable and sacred existence. Lupus Constellation was ranked towards the back of the southern sky's 42 constellations. The northern sky's 19 continents were enough for them to look up to, and the 5 polar domains. What? They were usually stationed at their own places, and to gather together was not suitable. Smoke was speechless, using clumsiness to break through skill. 1 strength to defeat 10. Shui Cheng had a slanted fringe. His face was thin and sharp. His neck was adorned with a fiery red silk scarf. His long and narrow eyes were like knives. Giving people a gloomy feeling, he snorted and said gently, Are these fellows born in the year of the rabbit? They can really run, making us eat sand here. Such dry air, it's not good for my skin. Tang Tian did not hide the contempt in his eyes. Unfair? Huh. Do you know what a martial artist is? A martial artist is someone who, even if the entire world is your enemy, even if the road in front of you is filled with thorns, even if your life is destined to be rough, you will still walk forward with your head held high. You can be unknown, you can be lonely, you can be ridiculed, you can be humble, but when you finally close your eyes and leave this world, what will accompany you is your steel, like determination and conviction. That is a true martial artist. Ling Su rolled his eyes. We are going to sneak an attack. There is no need to shout so loudly. When Tang Tian and Tang Yi walked out of the room, Crane and Ling Su were already prepared. The more intense and difficult the battle, the easier it was for martial artists to have a deeper understanding of martial techniques. And this kind of understanding was not something that could be gained purely by training. Furthermore, it was a treasure weapon. The people who came were extremely fierce. In a few moves, more than 10 people were beheaded. Yu Shun hesitated for a while, looked around, and said softly, "Boss is going to challenge Kongda." Yu Shun was not surprised at all by their reactions. Who was Kongda? He was the person who had held the #1 expert position of Lupus Constellation for so many years. His strength was unfathomable. Silver Moon Kongda, Heaven Hook Huai Bai Hua, Feudal Marshal Wu Taiyu. The 3 big shots had controlled Lupus Constellation for so many years, and their reputations were built on countless of corpses. Yu Shun's ordinary face suddenly blossomed with a bloodthirsty light aura. Under the shroud of the great sorrow thunder palm, even the air seemed to have solidified, and all those body techniques that could not be grasped would be completely ineffective. Yong Qiu was moved. Where did these 3 people come from? To actually be worth a treasure weapon of Ursa Minor constellation? Shui Chung snorted. Who cares where they come from? Even if they come from just for the silver treasure weapon of Ursa Minor constellation, it is worth it. There was no light aura, only the unceasing rolling sound of thunder and the surging true power that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. The 2 of them almost thought that they had heard wrongly. Rushing forward, Yu Shun, who was in mid-air, took a deep breath. The true power in his body surged. The clothes on his body inflated like a balloon, and his right palm slowly pushed out. He was tall, about 1.9 m tall. The most eye-catching thing was his green eyes. His hands were extremely agile, a thin meat knife in between his fingers, reflecting a dazzling light aura. See, the 2 of them sucked in a breath of cold air again. They finally understood. Where did their boss confidence come from to challenge Kongda? 3 Heaven Road list martial artists, bringing along 100 Heaven Road grade martial artists, such a powerful force, could definitely walk unhindered in Lupus Constellation. Shui Cheng and Yong Qiu also sensed it and stood up. Tang Tian loved to fight. Tang Tian raised his arms and shouted, "Wow, wow, wow, let's fight, let's go! Look at us!" Yong Qiu was stunned, his eyes bursting out a light aura. Don't tell me the target we want to kill has something to do with the silver treasure weapon. Tang Tian was annoyed by the noise and impatiently interrupted him. He opened his eyes wide and looked straight into the smoke. The world is always cruel to the weak. Other people's superior conditions. Is that an excuse for you to give up and retreat? The world has never been fair, and it will never be fair. But so what? Are you going to surrender? Other people are fully armed, and you're barehanded. You think it's unfair, so you chop off your own hands and feet and hide in a corner scolding the world? Tang Yi lowered his head and did not speak. What a terrifying fellow! Great sorrow thunder palm. A surge of true power, along with the terrifying rolling thunder sound, rushed towards Tang Tian. Finished, he stood up and casually threw the wine bag to the side. Finished, Tang Tian did not care about the smoke anymore and continued to practice his shield, the extremely dull and boring waving of the shield. Willpower and conviction. It was a huge help to his training. In the desert at night, the sky was filled with stars and the air was cold. Did you send people to stand guard? Yu Shun suddenly asked. The 3 of them used the light from the fire, and when they saw the scene, their faces immediately became ugly. It was not the first time the 3 of them had fought, and Kongda was obviously stronger than the other 2. Shui Qing and Yong Qiu were so shocked that they almost jumped up. The 3 of them shouted at the same time, Using all their true power, they rushed towards the three people in the crowd to kill. Tang Tian, surrounding 10M, was completely enveloped by his palm. Under Hua Ma Er's lead, they quickly found feudal marshal's camp. A bonfire, a group of martial artists' wanton laughter came from afar, and the smell of barbecued meat floated in the air. After completing 20,000 shield waves, Tang Tian meditated to recover his true power, and when he opened his eyes again, his pupils were radiating with light, and after a while, the light gradually disappeared. Brother Shun, you're too careful. Yong Qiu said disapprovingly, we have so many people here, and with the three of us sitting here, who dares to touch the tigers, but their brains must be stuck in the door. The scene was extremely chaotic. Screams and screams could be heard, and the bonfire reflected the warm blood that was spurting out, as well as the panicked faces. These martial artists did not expect that there would actually be people who dared to sneak and attack on them. The two of them became excited, and Shui Cheng's sharp voice trembled. Then wouldn't Boss be able to unify Lupus Constellation? In terms of power, the Spirit General with the Zanbato was stronger than him. But in terms of the number of people killed, the silver-armored young man was way ahead of him. The silver-armored young man was too proficient in using the surroundings. He was like a death god in the darkness, easily reaping lives. Yong Qiu nodded his head. That's right, that's right. Who cares where they came from? Let's do it. You don't understand. Wait till you know the cruelty of this world. The smoke said hatefully. That's right, that's right. Brother Shun, tell us about it. Yong Qiu was also excited. The three powerhouses maintained a tacit understanding from the start. Just like the three big shots, they were very clear of each other's strength. He liked peace and quiet, so he lit a small bonfire, which was about 100 m away from the other martial artists. Chapter 270. Tang Tian suddenly let out a long whistle, his right hand holding the fire scythe ghost claw, his left hand holding the blood rush shield. An air blade flew out. It was actually the air shield strike technique. This stab was unprecedentedly light, his fingers gently rubbing the silver spear's shaft. The violent wind in front of him, and the turbulent vision, caused the fighting intent in Ling Su's body to suddenly ignite, his blood boiling. Ling Su looked in disbelief at the sheep horn wind chimes on the silver spear in his hand. His fingers subconsciously rubbed the spear's body, and the sound of the wind chimes rang out. It was clear, enchanting, straight into his heart, and resonated with the true power in his body. Ding! Ling Su was surprised, but he realized that the flames not only did it not harm him, it even made the true power in his body more active, and the flames enveloped Ling Su. But these people were obviously much harder to deal with than XN Li's subordinates. After the initial panic, they calmed down, although the Heaven Road grade martial artists were not much of a threat to Tang Tian. But as long as he did not kill the opponent within 2 moves, the martial artists at the side would rush over. The flames exploded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it had enveloped Flamingo's entire body. Yu Shun coincidentally saw a figure faintly discernible in the crowd, coldly reaping lives. Teacher had never told him that the pointed sea spear needed a mount. This sudden enlightenment flashed past Ling Su's mind like lightning. When he regained his senses, he was already in front of the enemy. Without thinking, the silver spear in his hand lightly thrust it out. Now, it was the first time Yong Qiu saw Feng Chou being suppressed, such a powerful spirit general. A ray of light flashed past his eyes. If such a valiant spirit general could be used by him. Everyone only felt a figure covered in flames, like an angry arrow, rushing towards them. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of them. But Yong Qiu's concealed weapons seemed to be endless, pouring out from his 10 fingers. Heaven Road list martial artist. Without a sound, 5 flying daggers appeared in his hands. With a flick of his hand, the 5 flying daggers whistled, drawing out 5 strange arcs, straight towards Tang Yi. However, the silver spear became abnormally obedient, as if it slid out from his fingertips, spinning slightly. Tang Tian's body sank, and the yellow sand under his feet exploded and scattered in all directions. Ling Su's Qigong was very ordinary. The other party was full of experts. If he got too close, he would be easily exposed. Thus, he had been lying in ambush about 500 feet away from the battlefield, waiting for the order to attack. But, facing a spirit general who also used a blade, Feng Chou was actually completely suppressed. Fiery Bird had been remodeled by Sai Lei, and its various functions had been greatly enhanced. What surprised Sai Lei the most was that the flamingo actually gave birth to an existence similar to a martial spirit. Although it was still very weak, this meant that the flamingo had undergone a fundamental change. Flamingo had become something similar to a mechanical spirit weapon. Unexpectedly, his vision blurred, and he suddenly lost sight of the other party. The leisurely sound of a wind chime seemed to penetrate through the layers of fog of history and directly hit people's hearts. Speed. The flamingo's speed was 3 times faster than before. Ling Su's silver hair was enveloped in a layer of bright red flames. His silver hair danced wantonly in the air and danced into a raging fire screen. When he saw the martial artist's expression when he fell, Ling Su was shocked again. He actually had finger strength that could pierce through my great sorrow thunder palm. Suddenly hearing Tang Tian's long whistle, he regained his senses and without hesitation, he urged Flamingo to leave the battlefield. Ling Su's killing intent was aroused. Flamingo did not slow down at all, and with a sudden burst of energy, he soared into the sky. The surroundings of Tang Tian formed a 2 m wide and half a meter deep pit. The interest in Yong Qiu's eyes became even more intense, his 10 fingers flying. Countless concealed weapons flew out from his fingers, infused with wood elemental true power, causing them to look like green rain, covering the sky and earth as they pounced towards Tang Yi. Ever since the last time, he felt that the pointed sea spears had many techniques that could be used on the battlefield, but he thought that it was a common characteristic of the ancient spear techniques. And in this period of time, he had always been trying to ride Flamingo to battle, but he never thought that the pointed sea spears was actually a spear technique used on the battlefield in the ancient times. When Ling Su regained his senses, he had already rushed through the enemy's camp, and on the path that he had rushed through, there were corpses strewn all over the place. The true power in his body did not have any feeling of exhaustion. He felt that he had just walked for a few meters. It was a planned secret signal. The fire scythe Ghost Claw's finger strength was like 5 sharp spears, piercing through the opponent's palm energy. The surging palm energy came crashing down from behind. Yong Qiu's opponent was Tang Yi. His spirit general was also a blade-wielding 8th level spirit general called Feng Chou. Feng Chou's appearance was extremely ugly, but he was a famous blade artist 60 years ago. Feng Chou was Yong Qiu's best helper. With a power of the 8th level, was the limit of what Yong Qiu could handle. Feng Chou's attainments in blade techniques were extremely high, and within the 8th level, he rarely had an opponent. Suddenly, a crazed face appeared from the flames. The martial artists were all shocked. They all raised their weapons to block in front of their chest. Countless cold auras burst out from the flames, in a moment enveloping them. Ling Su's imposing manner was extremely ferocious. They did not have time to react and could only subconsciously block. Tang Tian was like a loach, appearing and disappearing in the chaotic crowd. The flamingo did not stop at all. Like a fluttering flame, it swept past a few cultivators. Increase speed. Increase speed. Increase speed again. Damn it. Ling Su suddenly felt that he and Flamingo were one body, with an unspeakable, tacit understanding. Flamingo's movement was not small, and at the moment it was running at full speed. It immediately alerted everyone on the battlefield. Both of them were swordsmen and fought with speed. The 2 figures were like lightning. Upon contact, they separated. Yu Shun squinted his eyes, his true power surging. ZZZ, a layer of dazzling electric aura appeared on his palms. The ice-cold peacock true power flowed through his body. Tang Tian's heart was like ice. The battle between Crane and Shuicheng was a different scene. Yu Shun's heart jumped, his entire body was on high alert, preparing to receive the opponent's attack. But after 5 to 6 seconds, there was still no movement. Not good, I got tricked. The sheep horn wind bells on the spear tip was flung up, after obtaining it from the crypto sword saint. Ling Su had tied it on the silver spear, just that it had never made a sound before. Suddenly, Ling Su had a realization. The pointed sea spear was an ancient battlefield spear technique. Yong Qiu and Feng Qiu had joined hands, but they were still able to block Tang Yi. Without hesitation, he flew forward. A gigantic wave of energy surged forth. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 martial artists flew out like sandbags, all of them bleeding from their 7 apertures. They were no longer breathing. What is this? The cold aura seemed to have struck their weapons at the same time. But Yu Shun's palm energy covered a wide area, even though it was pierced. The remaining force still rushed towards Tang Tian. At the moment when the palm energy reached him, Tang Tian's eyes suddenly lit up with a blue light. He had long prepared the blood rush shield in front of his chest. His heart trembled. His great sorrow thunder palm energy was like thunder. Among the rank 7 martial techniques, it was definitely a first-class firm and fierce palm technique. This palm technique he had trained to the point of perfection. Any ordinary Heaven Road grade martial artist would die in one palm. But on Tang Tian's raised face, there was not a bit of fear. Ling Su subconsciously released his spear. Chi, chi, chi. His spear became as fast as lightning. The naked eye could not catch it. A silver light flashed, and a person fell to the ground. All the people who fell to the ground, without exception, there was no pain on their faces. That's right, the pointed sea spear required a mount, and only the pointed sea spear with a mount was the true pointed sea spear. Such a crazy speed, even for a lunatic like Ling Su, he had to spend some time to adapt. The surrounding air seemed to have been locked down. Waves of surging true power surged in the circumference of 10 m, roaring out, causing layers of transparent ripples, and the low and deep sound of thunder reverberated in between the transparent ripples. But the other martial artists were unable to interfere. The hidden weapons that were like a torrential rain hitting the tyrannical blade screen caused the other martial artists to be unable to get close. What a vigorous, true power! But once he got used to it, Ling Su started to like the feeling of being as fast as lightning. Tang Tian consecutively killed 6 people and was held up by 3. A shout came out from behind. Yu Shun had arrived. Flamingo also felt Ling Su's fighting intent. Its speed became faster and faster. When it broke through its usual limits, bang, a red flame suddenly shot out from its toes. Tang Yi was indifferent. His blade power was great, but the blade light was like a screen, extremely tyrannical. The hidden weapons met the blade screen, like rain hitting a banana leaf. Hearing Tang Tian's long whistle, Ling Su, who was lying in ambush, suddenly quivered, his blood rushing to his head. Tang, he did not even look. The Zambato in his hand was like it was nothing. Casually slapping, the 5 flying knives seemed to have hit an invisible wall and bounced off. But it was too fast. Bang! The sharp and ice-cold true power shot out from his fingertips and clashed with Yu Shun's great sorrow thunder palm. Chi! Ling Su's body trembled. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. It was as though he was struck by lightning. The many spear techniques of the pointed sea spear, the unique techniques of exerting force, appeared in his mind like a flashing lantern, and he suddenly understood. His right hand that was hanging by his side blossomed with blue sparks. His 5 fingers were like hooks, his elbow turned outwards, and suddenly a claw came out. The silver spear was crying out in joy. It was as though it had once again tasted the long-lost contentment. With this leap, Flamingo traversed a distance of 15 m, seeing the fear and panic on the faces of the martial artists in front of him. Ling Su's face became as calm as an ancient well, without a trace of his usual craziness. He was like an ancient flaming knight, overflowing with killing intent. Flamingo rushed out. Shui Cheng used a slender rapier. His figure was swift, and his sword techniques were unpredictable. Crane was similarly fast, but like a black crane dancing in the sky. He was confident and agile. His sword techniques did not have any sly chi. It was upright and upright. Yu Shun, who was approaching aggressively, was like being bitten by a snake. He forcefully twisted his body in midair and flew back a few meters before stopping. Yu Shun's face was gloomy. His palm energy was completely penetrated by Tang Tian. The strange finger energy drilled into his meridians, and he spent 3 breaths of time before he could dissolve the strange finger energy. The martial artist in front of him was like a lost soul, not moving an inch. A silver light flashed, and the spear tip quietly pierced into his chest. Bang! The martial artist fell to the ground, but his face did not show any pain. Chapter 271. Azure like the sea, scarlet like fire. Although Tang Tian was still retreating, but the feeling he gave Crane was completely different. Previously, Tang Tian was suppressed by Ling Su's pointed sea spears and was forced to retreat step by step. But now, Tang Tian was similarly retreating, but he was much more at ease. Tang Tian's movements became more and more concise. The fire scythe ghost claw in his right hand was used less, and more on the blood rush shield in his left hand, slapping away Ling Su's pointed sea spears. The immortal martial disciples stared at the strange scene in front of them in shock. They had never seen such a situation in the mirror array. The clan elder's face was as white as paper, as though he had seen a ghost. Tang Tian was not lying. He was indeed a Heaven Road list martial artist. And not only him, the other 2, and Tang Tian's spirit general were all Heaven Road list martial artists. Tang Tian laughed and did not care about Ling Su's anger. If you are unhappy, then let it out. Come, let me fight with you. Ling Su, just treat me as the person you hate the most. Come, let us fight to our heart's content. A real man uses his fists to talk. The peacock seemed to have sensed the fighting intent in Tang Tian's body, and the peacock's true power suddenly became stronger, and the bone-piercing cold intent spread throughout Tang Tian's body. But the strange thing was, no matter how intense the cold intent was, the boiling fighting intent in the depths of his body did not show any signs of being suppressed. It became more boiling, more and more intense, like magma flowing. Incomparable hatred. Blood surged to his heart. His orange pupils were filled with veins and suddenly transformed into a regiment of flames, his hands unconsciously holding onto the silver spear tightly. His breathing suddenly became hurried. The surrounding sounds suddenly became distant, and he could only hear his own heartbeat. Tang Tian retreated a few steps and stabilized himself. Huma Er felt that everything that had happened tonight was inconceivable. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Tang Tian and the rest were actually able to kill the elites of feudal martial so pathetically. What happened? 10,000 mirrors resonated in unison. The attentive Crane quickly sensed Tang Tian's abnormality, and his face congealed. A dark silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Ling Su's eyes. This silhouette had appeared in his dreams countless times. For so many years, this silhouette had been pressing down on his heart, causing him to be unable to breathe. Silver light flashed. The reflection martial copper mirror was able to reflect the signs of Heaven's road and martial arts. Ding! What happened? Immortal martial. Don't forget that the strongest sword saints in history also triggered the resonance of the mirror formation, the immortal king reminded. In the midst of Ling Su's beast-like roar, the spear radiance was like a sea of stars, and the ringing of the bell was like the wind. Ling Su impatiently pushed Tang Tian's face aside. Don't bother me. The quieter Tang Tian was, the worse Crane felt, because the dangerous chi around Tang Tian's body was getting heavier. What is it? Immortal Queen's voice was mixed with a trace of panic. When the disciples saw the 2 of them, it was as though they were struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. Tang Tian and Crane looked at each other. Even the slowest person could see that Ling Su was not normal. But today he was being suppressed by Ling Su. The indistinct sound of the wind chimes caused Tang Tian's martial spirit, silver flames, to tremble, and the connection between him and the peacock was almost severed. The indistinct sound of the wind chimes appeared once again. The dazzling light aura caused all the disciples to be blinded, and the hall was in chaos. Crane flew and explained. Although they have a lot of people, but their high-end fighting power does not hold the advantage. 3 against 4, we have one more person. If they dare to chase, we will hold the 3 of them back, and the remaining 1 can turn back and kill. The ice-cold peacock true power caused Tang Tian's state of mind to be as cold as ice, and everything around him was extremely clear. Ling Su's attack in his eyes was full of flaws, but Ling Su did not care about his own flaws, and only released his spear crazily. Tang Tian's strength had recently soared by leaps and bounds, gaining enlightenment on the power of the crane, the evolution of the peacock, adding the 2 purple-gold martial techniques, air shield strike technique, and wind concealment. His attacking methods had become even more abundant, and the absolute calmness of the peacock true power allowed him to make the best choice in any situation, and in the recent battles he was completely invincible. But the 2 highest authority figures of a mortal martial were currently looking at the mirror array in shock. Tang Tian was like a spring. His head that was pushed to the side immediately bounced back. Did I become stupid from training? Did I go berserk? Little Crane, quickly come and see. Tang Tian's eyes, one was azure blue, the other scarlet red. It was a very strange feeling. The most hated person, Bing, who was in 3 Spirit City, suddenly sensed something and his face changed. Sky Tiger transformed into a ray of light. In a moment, he raised his speed to the maximum, flying towards the entrance of the martial spirit chamber. It was the first time he was suppressed by someone in the recent period of time. The veins in Tang Tian's eyes became thicker and thicker, but his heart was as cold as ice. Every detail of his body was under his control, and he could feel the boiling fighting intent deep inside his body becoming more and more intense. When Crane accidentally saw Tang Tian's eyes, his body trembled. Immortal King, Immortal Empress, come. Ling Su, isn't your heart filled with anger, hatred? You don't even dare to fight? The ice-cold peacock, true power, immediately entered his body, and Tang Tian's gaze immediately became as cold as snow. His 5 fingers were like hooks, and the blue sparks clashed onto the spear tip. Ling Su quietly kept Flamingo, hugged his silver spear, and sat in the corner in a daze. The clan elder's familiar voice caused the disciples to immediately shut up. The voice became lower and lower, stronger and stronger, like a tide. Buzz, because she recognized Yu Shun, Shui Cheng, and Yong Qiu. The 3 of them were unreachable martial artists in her eyes, but they were helpless against Tang Tian and the rest. Tang Tian moved closer, his big face appearing in front of Ling Su. Oh, you are not injured. Your entire body is intact. The Immortal Empress shook her head. Becoming a saint does not cause such a huge commotion. All the sword saints in the past few years, the bronze mirror did not have any reaction. Tang Tian noticed Ling Su's expression and was surprised. Hey, Ling Su, why are you looking like that? You were very powerful today. You fought very well. The clan elder controlling the sword formation was temporarily blinded, but suddenly his ears twitched, his face changed, and he roared, All of you, shut up! Why aren't they chasing us? Huma Air could not help but ask. Crane once again sat up straight, his face congealing. Huma Air looked at the 2 of them in shock. She was at a loss. She did not understand why the 2 of them who were fighting side by side would suddenly fight. Ice and fire, cold and hot, intertwined. Shut up! Ling Su exploded and was enraged. Tang Tian's hair all stood. When he was fighting with Yu Shun, all of his attention was on Yu Shun, although Ling Su was very brave, but he did not pay much attention to him. Crane's eyes flashed, his body leaning forward unnoticeably. Bang! Tang Tian's body trembled. He felt that deep inside his body, Some kind of restriction had been released. Damn it! Huama was enlightened, and her heart was filled with admiration. This group of people were extremely daring and did not show mercy in battles. Their own strength was extremely powerful. Their background was unfathomable, and their future was definitely bright. What exactly happened? The fire scythe, ghost claw, and the spear tip clashed. Suddenly, two figures appeared at the entrance of the hall. Don't interfere! Tang Tian started to suffer, and was forced to retreat a few steps by Ling Su. Tang Tian and Ling Su's speed was extremely fast, and the two of them transformed into two figures. Crane's eyes flashed a look of surprise. Ling Su's pointed sea spears had become extremely strange and unpredictable. In the past, although his pointed sea spears were continuous, but the power was not different. The current pointed sea spears looked no different from the past, but it was hard to fathom. The power of the spear was sometimes light, sometimes heavy. The low buzzing sound that was like a tide was actually the sound produced by the 10,000 mirrors vibrating at the same time. Ling Su, who was completely enraged, was like an angry beast. Taking the opportunity to pounce, the silver spear in his hand, releasing a cold aura. It was as though under the crystal clear ice layer, the blazing hot lava flowed silently. After being suppressed again and again, Tang Tian's eyes started to become bloodshot. He was originally a person who did not admit defeat, although the peacock true power made his mind as cold as ice, but the unyielding nature in his bones started to stir uncontrollably. In the martial reflection hall, there were many mirror rays, and as per usual, the mortal martial disciples shuttled back and forth between the mirrors. Just at this moment, the martial reflection bronze mirror suddenly lit up. The dazzling light beam shot from the bronze mirror into the mirror ray. Then what about us? The immortal empress looked at the immortal king. The contradiction of ice and fire interweaving became even more intense. Yes, the immortal empress nodded her head solemnly. The peacock true power that had been tested every time seemed to be useless this time. Every time the strange bell sound came out, the connection between him and the peacock would be disturbed, the peacock true power would uncontrollably fluctuate, and Tang Tian's ice-cold state of mind would immediately reveal a flaw. It was like the sound of a bee flapping its wings. Crane's gaze stared intently at the sheep horn wind bells on the silver spear, his heart trembling, to be able to disturb one's state of mind. It definitely had a great background. It was obviously like an illusion, but it did not have any evil chi. What made him most surprised was that the sheep horn wind bell sound coincidentally perfectly merged into Ling Su's pointed sea spears. I don't know. The immortal king's tone had a tinge of nervousness. It could be the birth of a legendary saint treasure, or it could be some ecliptic palace's star fire being ignited, or it could be a powerful blood meridian awakening, or it could be someone becoming a saint. But it is definitely an extraordinary existence. But at this moment, Ling Su's spear made him feel an extreme sense of danger. He was definitely a golden thigh. Ling Su riding on Flamingo appeared in everyone's vision. It was the meeting point that they had arranged beforehand. Retreat! Retreat again! Retreat again! Tang Tian's words immediately caused Ling Su to lose control. He roared, the silver spear in his hand thrusting towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian's cold voice suddenly came out, his bleeding cat blade scythe firmly blocking the silver spear. Peacock! The continuous pointed sea spears, with these changes its power had multiplied, and the sheep horn wind bells. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that their eyes had regained their vision, but when they saw the scene in front of them, they were all overwhelmed with shock. A man and a lady. The man was like a jade tree in the wind. The lady was as beautiful as a fairy. Tang Tian and the rest retreated in an orderly manner. Yu Shun and the rest's eyes were spewing fire, but they did not give chase. Crane, who was at the side, was shocked. He was actually being suppressed. With the pointed sea spears in front, Tang Tian retreated a few steps. "Wait and see," the immortal king said. "This matter, no matter what, we cannot leak it out. This batch of disciples will all be sent to the back mountains to train bitterly. If we observe carefully, we will definitely be able to find some clues." Chapter 272. His entire body shook, and a power that was as hot as magma suddenly erupted. The peacock wrapped in the icy blue light suddenly flew into Tang Tian's left eye, and the terrifying power that was like the eruption of a volcano also surged towards Tang Tian's right eye as if it was attracted. Peacock, if there was a conflict between two eyes, he would just use one eye. Tang Tian almost couldn't believe his eyes. There was only one thought in his mind. Just what kind of power was in his body? In the blink of an eye, the densely packed silver spears pointed at the sky. Every silver spear had a sheep horn wind bell attached to it. The melodious sound of the sheep horn wind bells was like a tide, extremely pleasing to the ears. Peacock, for some reason, Ling Su suddenly thought of his teacher. For some reason, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart, as though he was being pricked by needles. Moreover, the most troublesome thing was that the two completely different feelings were mixed together, and he couldn't concentrate at all. At this moment, a proud and clear cry resounded from the void. At this moment, he felt a sense of emptiness in his body. He fell onto the sand and his legs almost gave way. He forced himself to stand up. The icy blue in his left eye gradually turned pale blue, and the coldness on Tang Tian's face melted like snow. He grinned and smiled bitterly. "Little Crane, I need you to dig him out. I don't have the strength." It was constantly getting stronger, stronger, stronger. After much effort, he finally dug Ling Su out of the sand mountain. This guy had already fainted. Suddenly, a wisp of blue mist floated out from the crimson power. Regardless of whether it was the light spots or the dim areas, they were all changing extremely quickly, so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to capture them. In his ice-blue vision, dots of light appeared and disappeared. These light dots were Ling Su's pointed sea spears. Amidst these dazzling cold lights, there were some dim areas, and these dim areas were also rapidly changing. Amidst the storm-like attacks, Tang Tian's figure did not move an inch. The air shield strike technique was incomparably skillful in his hands. He lifted the heavy technique as though it was light. Many of the minute details of this martial technique were incomparably clear in his heart. The silver spear is like snow. The clouds are pure and untainted. The sound of the sheep horn bell was not heard by the cool breeze. The sun shines, but no shadow. The spear is straight. The great One Heart guards my stars. In front of Aries' constellation, the spear champion under the heavens. A team of silver armor guards. Ling Su was sent flying and plunged into the sand mountain. Compared to the peacock true power from before, the ice blue left eye was much stronger. However, at this moment, his eyes were uncomfortable. His left eye was bone-piercingly cold and covered with a layer of blue. His right eye seemed to be burning and was a fiery red. Ling Su, who was in a berserk state, sensed danger. His fiery eyes froze. Tang Tian's heart calmed down instantly. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, an unforeseen event occurred. The situation that had just stabilized immediately became precarious. The peacock true power in Tang Tian's body, the peacock true power from Pavo constellation, flowed into Tang Tian's martial spirit like a whale inhaling. Like a ghost, he broke through the pointed sea spears and appeared in front of Ling Su. Peacock had summoned the power of Pavo constellation. Peacock. Ding-ling. Ding-ling. This was Pavo constellation's power. Tang Tian floated in the air, his right hand covering his eyes, his left hand holding on to the blood rush shield, his expression ice cold, like a death god. Why does my body actually contain such a terrifying power? Seeing the two of them, the second wave of sneak attack plan was obviously ruined. Ling Su's anger erupted like a volcano. Peacock's figure became more and more solid, exactly the same as before, but for some reason, Tang Tian felt that the current Peacock had an additional demonic feeling. Peacock true power quickly filled his meridians, every stage of his dantian, but it was still pouring in unceasingly. Because even so, facing the terrifying power in Tang Tian's body, the ice-cold defense was in danger. Ling Su felt as though he was being pulled into a strange world. He felt as though he was looking out from a hole. What's below the silver spear? Tang Tian's mind trembled. Their mounts were extremely strange. They were actually different types of rams. These rams were the size of horses. Their horns were like swords. Their beards were as white as snow. Their expressions were solemn and dignified. Their bodies untainted by dust. The entire troop, other than the sound of the wind chimes and the clattering of the silver armors, there were no other sounds. It's now. What bullshit heart? What straight spear? What's the use of being a good person? If being a good person is useful, then teacher will not die. The size of the fist is the most important. The most important, a figure completely covered in silver armor, appeared on the screen. Following that, one after another, silver-armored knights appeared on the screen. The blue vortex became even more intense. The blue light beam that was hanging down from the void seemed to want to escape, but the blue vortex was like a greedy beast, sucking it in with all its might. Tang Tian's martial spirit was like an ice-blue ice ball. Tang Tian seemed to have realized something. Suddenly the silver, blazing peacock suddenly entered Tang Tian's martial spirit, silver flame. Tang Tian's heart was immediately filled with fear. He knew, once the blazing volcano-like power broke through the peacock true power suppression. Then, I want to kill that asshole. Kill that traitor. Kill him. Kill, kill, kill. What kind of power is this? Tang Tian could feel the panic in the blue light beam. In the blink of an eye, the strange power that was wreaking havoc in his body was not left. Damn it. Teacher had been doing good all his life, but he had such a miserable fate. Tang Tian's heart did not have any ripples. The current him was shockingly calm. The peacock martial spirit suddenly became blazing, like a silver burning. A ray of light flashed past Tang Tian's left eye. He suddenly exerted strength. The blood rush shield on his left hand, in a short period of time, continuously changed 7 angles, blocking the 7 cold auras. The silver spear pointed to the sky, the sheep horn wind bells fluttering in the wind. Another spear. Tang Tian was startled. He and Peacock were connected. He could feel Peacock's determination. Ling Su's gaze landed on the leading knight. Different from the other knights, his figure was very blurry and could not be seen clearly. Tang Tian expressionlessly looked at the pointed sea spears pouncing on him from all directions. He was currently suffering from an immense pain. The blazing power deep in his body was getting stronger and stronger in a short period of time. It was so strong that it caused Tang Tian's martial spirit to tremble. But compared to sneak attacks, Crane was more interested in the two. Inside Tang Tian's silver martial spirit flame, Peacock's figure had already become faint like a shadow. It suddenly started to spin, spinning faster and faster, transforming into a blue vortex. Crane shook his head, regaining his senses from the shock. He felt that being with these 2 perverts, the pressure was huge. Bang! What happened next made Tang Tian dumbstruck. A silver light beam dropped down from the void and directly entered Tang Tian's martial spirit. The vast peacock true power entered, immediately stabilizing the situation. This was the power of a constellation. Just when Tang Tian thought that the situation was completely stabilized, the terrifying and strange power in his body was like a fierce beast in a cage, struggling with all its might. Fortunately, he regained control of his body, and what made him feel inconceivable was that his body was not injured at all. This blue mist looked no different from Peacock's true power, quietly enveloped Tang Tian's martial spirit. Peacock, who had originally transformed into a shadow and was about to disappear, actually started to solidify bit by bit. Another silver spear that looked exactly the same entered his eyes, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Other than Saint Treasures, there was only one way for other treasures to summon the power of the constellation, and that was to ignite the martial spirit. Once the martial spirit ignited, the treasure would be destroyed. Ling Su's pointed sea spears suddenly became extremely berserk. Just at this time, the surging ice-cold true power suddenly surged into Tang Tian's body. The overwhelming spear aura was like a raging sea tide, directly engulfing Tang Tian. What kind of power was able to contend against the power of a constellation? The world in front of him was blood red. He crazily released his spear again. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. He used his right hand to cover his right eye, and his vision once again became ice blue. The pointed sea spears in his left eye in the ice blue. Every detail was extremely clear, so clear that he could even see between the pointed sea spears the incomparably small flaws. But in his right eye, a blurry dark figure appeared. That should be Ling Su. Without waiting for him to react, the shield appeared in front of him. The clear and melodious bell sound had a bit of ruthlessness, the killing intent wreaking havoc. When he placed his attention on his left eye, his heart was like ice and snow. The changes of the pointed sea spears would appear in front of him. And when he placed his attention on his right eye, Ling Su's figure would darken, and in the surrounding red, it was as though there were countless of tiny fire threads floating and flowing. Tang Tian had not figured out what these fire threads were. In Crane's eyes, Tang Tian's ice blue eye had a blue whirlpool. Maybe it was an illusion, but no matter what, he did not wish for Peacock to disappear. Seeing Peacock's figure congealing, his heart was filled with joy. The vast Peacock true power from the silver light continuously flowed into Tang Tian's martial spirit. Even though his mind was as cold as ice, but Tang Tian was still extremely upset. This was the flaw of Ling Su's pointed sea spears. Tang Tian was not the least bit afraid, because the scene in front of him was too weird. The berserk and blazing power quickly occupied every corner of Tang Tian's body, surrounding the ice-blue martial spirit in the middle. But the weird thing was the scarlet-red power completely did not attack Tang Tian's martial spirit. The blood rush shield in his left hand seemed to be casually raised, but coincidentally blocked Ling Su's spear aura. His body was definitely unable to withstand such a terrifying power. His bones, flesh, and blood would be burned to ashes in an instant. Bang! As though it knew what he was thinking, the scene in front of him finally shifted towards the silver spear. A unique singing voice came from afar. The peacock true power that surged into Tang Tian's body suddenly exploded. Bang, bang, bang. Why are there so many silver spears? Just at this time, the sky full of pointed sea spears roared and pounced forward. The blue light became extremely dense, as though the blue light was a substance, continuously being sucked into the whirlpool. The melodious and clear sound of the wind chime reverberated through the clouds. He saw a snow-white silver spear and was surprised. Isn't that my silver spear? Wait a minute. It was different from my silver spear. My spear's tassel was as red as blood, but this silver spear's tassel was as white as snow. Everything else was exactly the same, even the sheep horn wind chime. Bang! The light gradually dimmed, and Peacock's face revealed a satisfied look. Chapter 273. Hua Ma-er's face changed. She immediately raised her hand and swore, "If I leak a word, Hua Ma-er's soul will be destroyed." Yes, Tang Tian nodded. "I remember it quite clearly." The martial artists of Peacock Constellation frantically searched for the reason, and when they found the reason, all of their faces turned ashen. Crane thought, "Don't tell me those fire threads are the energy floating in the air." From the bottom of her heart, she wanted to cling onto this golden thigh. "I don't think so. Tang Tian scratched his head innocently. It was so short. Crazy Tang, it seems like you really need to inquire about your bloodline. Crane's face congealed. No matter how powerful the blue peacock is, it is only a silver armor, and in the peacock series of treasures, it is considered average. It could ignite its martial spirit and summon the power of Pavo Constellation. But Pavo Constellation's power was much higher than Blue Peacock's level, and it could not forcefully absorb Pavo Constellation's power. Moreover, logically speaking, after the peacock burns, it should completely disappear. However, it still exists. This is not normal either. Your left eye is obviously absorbing the power of Pavo Constellation. I remember the Pavo Constellation's martial techniques have a type of eye-related martial technique called King Peacock Eyes, which can see through all the flaws in the world. Crane spoke with fervor and assurance. His vast knowledge was displayed to its fullest, and along with his handsome and warm face, Huma Air could not help but be infatuated. Actually, no. Crane shook his head. Currently, the true top-grade blood meridians in Onyx Soul almost all originate from the ancient battle meridians. After repeated nurturing and refining, they become even stronger. Their understanding of bloodlines is beyond our imagination. They could use 2 types of bloodlines to cultivate and refine a higher grade bloodline. Fresh bloodlines will always be their hunting target. This matter must not be leaked out. Crane continued, "Regarding your eye, I have some guesses about your left eye." Crane and the rest were shocked. In that moment, it was as though they were facing a fierce beast. Tang Tian and Ling Su were completely dumbfounded. Affecting the state of mind? Crane shook his head. "Try activating your true power." Although the 3 words, Little Crane, made the veins on Crane's forehead jump, it is brothers who are of one mind, and their sharpness can cut through gold. The huge Pavo constellation sank into an unprecedented panic. Everyone could not help but think about the immortal constellation that had suddenly declined a few decades ago, and until now the immortal constellation had not recovered. Why? Tang Tian's eyes widened in confusion. "Quite a lot," Crane said confidently. "The King Peacock Eye is a rank 8 martial technique. Your true power is only at the 6th level. It is not something you can use. What's more, you need to solidify this martial skill in your eyes. That is equivalent to using constellation power to transform your eyes into a peacock star treasure. The amount of constellation power consumed is something I cannot imagine. Do I really have a bloodline?" Tang Tian's expression changed. Peacock Constellation's power, for some reason, suddenly disappeared by a quarter. Lang Yu looked at the golden peacock plume that was placed not far away with a shocked expression on his face. Especially when he saw Tang Tian's red and blue eyes, he felt even more guilty. Crane's expression congealed. Sounds like a blood meridian awakening. After a moment of silence, Ling Su asked, "Your eyes, what's wrong?" He thought of another question. "How do I use the fiery eyes?" He muttered, "If you really want to know, go find Belle. She is an Onyx Soul horse and is the most proficient in information gathering. She has many connections, maybe she has a way." But Crane shook his head. To appraise blood meridians, only Onyx Soul is the most proficient. But I do not recommend it because it is too dangerous. If the blood meridians in your body are very strong, you will be like a lamb and be divided up. The strong martial artists of Onyx Soul are not people we can fight against now. Wah! So many fire threads. Tang Tian's mind was roused. Tang Tian nodded his head, carefully remembering Crane's analysis. Crane's analysis was very reasonable. Tang Tian immediately said, "If I use this eye, I will want to fight." Crane's face was startled and immediately became serious. "What song?" Crane said solemnly, "Crazy Tang's power is erupting from within his body, most likely from his blood meridians. The stronger the blood meridians, the more power it contains, the stronger it is. But this power is like a dormant volcano and only under certain circumstances can they be awakened. Now is different from the ancient times. The rest are all blood meridians with extremely harsh conditions. In the southern sky's 42 constellations, Pavo constellation strength was considered average, but it had its own unique points. The Pavo series of treasures was the most used in the southern sky's 42 constellations. Because of that, Pavo constellation had gathered a group of powerful martial artists. In the desert, Ling Su revealed a look of reminiscence and slowly repeated, "The silver spear is like snow untainted by the clouds. The sound of the goat horn bell, the cool breeze, does not carry it. The sun shines, but no shadow, the spear is straight. The vast one heart guards my stars. In front of Aries constellation, the spear is the best under the heavens." He turned his face, and his expression became serious. "Ling Su, when you need our help, please do not be courteous." Could it be that he was really some powerful person? The power of the Pavo series of treasures would all decrease substantially. The lesser would decrease by a quarter. The greater would decrease by half. Tang Tian suddenly said, "Is there any way to find out about my blood meridians?" Crane's face congealed. "Crazy Tang, don't use your right eye for the time being. We will first investigate the origin of your blood meridians." He suddenly thought about his own life. His mother looked weak and helpless. One look and he knew she was an ordinary person. "Huh." Crane looked at Ling Su in surprise. Ling Su hesitated for a moment. "Just now, when we were fighting, I seemed to have heard a song." Crane thought for a moment. "You said that there were many red fire threads floating in the air in your eyes." Crane glanced at Homa Air. Seeing Tang Tian's determined gaze, Crane knew that his advice was in vain, but after thinking about it, he felt relieved. If it was him who was calm, if it was a clue related to his own life, no matter how dangerous it was, he would not give up. Of course, to see through the flaws of all techniques, that is doubtful. But, as Crazy Tang's description, this martial technique is very obscure, very few people know of it, and even fewer people are able to train in it. Crane explained, "Constellation martial techniques are mostly related to star treasures, and in the end, it is the embodiment of the constellation's power. But to be able to merge the martial technique into your eyes, I'm very curious how much of Pavo constellation's power have you absorbed?" That's right. Tang Tian's mind was roused. He covered his left eye, and the red world in his right eye became even more obvious. Compared to just now, it is much lesser. Thread by thread, floating in the air, the person is actually dark. Blood meridians awakening. Bing's voice suddenly came out. He had also rushed over. Tang Tian's gaze became firm. Even if that asshole was the strongest and most powerful person in the world, he would still beat him up and bring him to his mother's grave to repent. It was because of this gold-ranked saint treasure that he was able to rule Pavo constellation. The completely golden peacock feather was the saint treasure of Pavo constellation. Peacock feather! Lang Yu was the undisputed #1 person of Pavo constellation and had possessed the peacock feather for 15 years. Crane's heart suddenly moved. You said before there was a blue mist that rose from the red energy and then mixed into the peacock's true power? The bronze plate of Southern Cross constellation was also given to his mother by this fellow. And when his mind was connected to Pavo constellation through the peacock feather, his face suddenly became as white as paper. He fell to the ground, his eyes filled with endless fear. Don't tell me that in their eyes humans and star spirit beasts have no difference. Ling Su was in disbelief. The fear in Lang Yu's heart became even heavier. The peacock feather was actually close to crumbling. His eyes were filled with shock. The entire golden peacock feather was filled with countless of tiny cracks. Any saint treasure of a constellation had a direct relationship with the constellation's strength and prosperity. The power of the saint treasure was always stable, because the power of the constellation was usually very stable. Tang Tian secretly noted it down. But that asshole who abandoned his wife and son. What exactly happened? It's nothing, nothing. Tang Tian revealed a bright smile and said loudly, Everyone has things they care about. We are not living alone. You still have us. If you have hatred, we will help you take revenge. If you have any wishes, everyone will do it together. Everyone's power is always stronger than one person. Little Crane, don't you agree? Brothers working together, we can earn big. Hearing that, Tang Tian activated his true power, and the world in front of him immediately became even more fiery red. A wild beast like berserk emotion filled his heart. He was shocked and immediately stopped activating his true power. After 15 years of tempering, the connection between the peacock feather and Lang Yu was extremely close. He could clearly feel that the power of the peacock feather had decreased by a large margin. Now that you mention it, I remember that light beam seemed to want to escape but did not succeed. Tang Tian frowned and thought carefully. Panic spread in Pavo constellation. Ling Su, who had awoken, was filled with regret and guilt. Crazy Tang, I am sorry for going crazy just now. Are you all right? Just at that moment, Ling Su suddenly spoke. Crane. Tang Tian did not hide anything and explained the situation to him in detail, but he too could not make heads or tails of it. Out of the three, Crane was the smartest and had the best brain, so Tang Tian had a stomach full of questions to ask Crane. Pavo constellation. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Quickly say it! Tang Tian immediately nodded his head. He did not like such berserk emotions. Crane's face changed. Onyx Soul has a long history of using blood meridians, so those blood meridians that are easily awakened become their main hunting targets. Naturally powerful blood meridians are almost all gone. Crane sighed. There is nothing that can stop a person's desire. Even a person's body is the same. Tang Tian's left eye was currently light blue, while his right eye was a faint fiery red. It was night, and the 11 stars of Pavo constellation were in chaos. Seeing Tang Tian's carefree face and Crane's humble and serious face, Ling Su bit his lips, but did not say a word. If he could find out about his own blood meridians, then he could find clues about that asshole. Lang Yu's heart was filled with fear. His extended hand was trembling, and when his palm touched the peacock feather, a piece of fine gold fragment, fell from the peacock feather. The power of a constellation. To suddenly have such a large decrease, such a thing, had never happened before. People are dark. Crane revealed a look of deep thought. Suddenly his heart moved, and a star rock appeared in his hand. He crushed the star rock. What about now? Chapter 274. However, this situation only changed 300 years ago. Ling Su was at a loss. The other two couldn't help but be stunned. Ling Su's breathing quickened. The title of Spear Saint could be counted with one's fingers no matter what era it was. No one would have thought that the title of Spear Saint would be associated with a number in the hundreds. Not only was Lian Yu a formidable character, his spear techniques were also extraordinary. To weaken the traditional power of Aries constellation, he created the Black Feather's Spirit Subduing Spear, which became the inheritance of the Black Feather's mounts, and the inheritance of the Silver Frost mounts gradually disappeared. After him, Aries constellation entered the Black Feather era, and the current Aries constellation was still in the hands of Lian Yu's descendants. After entering the Black Feather era, Aries constellation had become even more aggressive and had quickly grown stronger, becoming one of the strongest constellations. Leo, Sagittarius, and Aries are ranked third. The Grandmaster Spirit card contained the comprehension of the Grandmaster level of martial techniques and was extremely precious. Everyone was flabbergasted and speechless. Then what do we do now? Crane looked at the two of them and waved his hand. I'm afraid we can't make it in time for the second wave of sneak attacks. Even the newly established Leo constellation, although Lion King Liang's name is famous in Heaven's Road, but in truth, Very few people know that Lion King Leong inherited the legacy of Leo constellation. The ancient Leo constellation had been annihilated for countless of years, but the Leo constellation's inheritance had been passed down and landed in Liang's hands. Leong had great ambitions. With his own strength, he created a brand new constellation in Heaven's Road, and the powerful Leo constellation became the current leader of the 12 palaces. Such a great undertaking in any era could be regarded as the pinnacle. Aries constellation's situation is different. Very few people would use a master spirit card to summon a spirit general. It was too extravagant. Crane's expression changed. He took a deep breath and slowly nodded his head. I know this song. Crane revealed a bitter smile and waved his hands. Very scary, right? The Silver Frost Mount's rules stated that only Spear Saints had the qualifications to fight for the position of leader. The strongest generation in the history of the Silver Frost Mounts had 9 Spear Saints. The history of Aries constellation 300 years ago can be called the Silver Frost Era. Crane glanced at Ling Su and continued. The Silver Frost Mounts, silver armor, and silver spears riding on sword-horned snow goats, regardless of which era, they're the strongest army. The history of the Silver Frost Mounts was as long as the history of the Aries constellation, and they were the true inheritors of the Aries constellation. Up till now, in the history of the Silver Frost Mounts, there had been 296 Spear Saints. Spears come from Aries. This saying will never be wrong in any era. Could it be the clan union? Shui Qing asked. He had never thought that the pointed sea spears in his hands would have any connection with the Aries constellation, and was even implicated in so many blood feuds. His teacher had never spoken a word to him. Upon receiving Crane's confirmation, Ling Su's heart jumped. That blade-wielding spirit general, his blade technique is probably at the Grandmaster level. Yong Qiu's face congealed. Yu Shun's expression changed. Are you sure? Why didn't Gunan take revenge? Tang Tian did not understand. It must be that Lian Yu's doing. Yu Shun's heart jumped. A spirit general with a Grandmaster level martial technique, to them, was definitely bad news. Gold-grade spirit cards were already expensive, but Grandmaster spirit cards were priceless and could not be bought. Grandmaster spirit cards were spirit cards created by martial artists with Grandmaster level martial techniques, and were existences that surpassed gold-grade spirit cards. About 300 years ago, 2 spear technique geniuses appeared in the Silver Frost Mounts, Gunan and Lian Yu. The 2 of them had outstanding talents, grew up together, and were as close as brothers. The future leader of the Silver Frost Mounts was always thought to be one of them. But the sky was unpredictable. In one of the missions, Gunan died, and his corpse was never found. Lian, you naturally became the leader of the Silver Frost Mounts, and 3 years later, the master of Aries Sangming Kong died of illness, and his 9-year-old son became the new master of Aries constellation. This went against the traditions of Aries constellation and caused many people of the Silver Frost Mounts to be unhappy. 2 years later, Aries constellation and another constellation started a war, and the Silver Frost Mounts fell into the enemy's ambush and were completely annihilated. Lian Yu was filled with grief and decided to build a new camp called the Black Feathers Mounts. 46 years later, Lian Yu fell sick, and 3 months before he passed away, the Sang family caught fire and no one escaped. 6 months later, Lian Yu's son, Lian Yongcheng, was elected as the master of Aries constellation. Ling Su's face twitched. He had just been slapped by Tang Tian's shield and was still in pain. He replied awkwardly, No need, Tang, you will do. Ling Su regained his senses. The blank look on his face disappeared, and his gaze became firm again. I do not know if I am training in the Aries Spear of Stars. What history is has nothing to do with me. My goal is to personally kill that traitor and take revenge for Master. Tang Tian immediately patted his chest. Don't worry, Ling Su, little crane, and I will help you. Shui Cheng shook his head. Let me guard, my hearing is the best. Bing had also said that name before. Crane did not have any objections. Everyone meditate, recover your true power. We will leave in 4 hours. No one thought that Crane would actually talk about history, but they could not help but be deeply attracted by Crane's narration. Crane definitely knew something. A suffocating pressure immediately enveloped everyone. What change? Ling Su asked anxiously. I don't know. Crane muttered. Maybe he was injured. Lian Yu's thoughts are meticulous. I am afraid that his plans will not be easy to escape. Shui Chang did not say anything. Out of the 3, Yong Qiu was the most familiar with spirit generals. Yu Shun said, Tonight I will guard. Everyone rest well. Looking at Ling Su's pale face, Crane sighed. Ling Su, if I am not wrong, you are most likely from Gu Nan's bloodline. When I read the records, I suspected that Gu Nan was not dead. If that is the case, then your pointed sea spear is most likely the Aries constellations, Aries spear of stars. Ling Su. Tang Tian looked at Ling Su worriedly. Aries spear of stars? Ling Su was startled. His gaze suddenly turned to Bing. Ling Su noticed Crane's expression. His gaze was fixated on Crane, his hand subconsciously gripping the silver spear in his hand tightly. You can say so. Crane knew that it was too complicated, and Tang Tian would definitely not understand, so he continued. The constellations will disappear, but these inheritances will be passed down. This song is the Aries constellation of the 12 ecliptic palaces, the Silver Frostmounts team song. Crane's expression became serious, revealing a look of deep thought. The 12 ecliptic palaces rise and fall, glory and disgrace. There are those who disappear and those who rise again. Very few people know. What exactly are the 12 ecliptic palaces? The 12 ecliptic palaces does not only refer to the 12 constellations, it also represents the 12 strongest inheritances, 12 inheritances with a long history. Yong Qiu laughed bitterly. Feng Chou and I are working together, but we have no way of suppressing it. This kind of 8th level spirit general, other than a grandmaster grade martial technique, I definitely cannot think of any other possibility. Inheritance? Is it a martial technique? Tang Tian could not help but ask. I think your teacher changed its name, was also hoping that you would not attract the attention of Aries constellation. Crane said lightly. Lian Yu's cleansing of the Silver Frost era was extremely thorough, and because of that, Aries constellation's vitality was greatly affected and took a long time to recover. Although it has been 300 years since Lian Yu, but I feel that the Lian family's descendants will definitely not neglect the Aries Spear of Stars, so your teacher called it the Pointed Sea Spear. It is also possible that your teacher does not know the ancient South is 300 years old. The name Aries Spear of Stars will bring about a fatal disaster. Tang Tian and Ling Su were dumbstruck. Tang Tian's face revealed a look of excitement. No, we will not sneak attack. Change it to a strong attack. Our strength has become stronger. We do not need to be sneaky. We can directly kill our way to their doorstep. That is more satisfying. Bing's voice came out from Sky Tiger. That's right, in our era, the Aries Spear of Stars was the strongest martial technique of Aries constellation. His expression was firm. Bing said cautiously, No problem, we will find another chance. Your eyes? Ling Su asked worriedly. He was extremely moved by Tang Tian's bold suggestion. He could clearly feel that he had become stronger. But exactly how strong he had become, he needed a battle to test it out. I will be your sparring partner. Tang Tian raised his arm and shouted. I have to say, in the ancient records that I have read, Aries constellation has always been a strange constellation. Aries constellation has no lack of strong times, but they have never become the overlord of heaven's road. This is related to their ideals. They firmly believe in justice. And so every generation of Aries constellation is a just and benevolent person. Aries constellation will always be the weakest in the 12 ecliptic palaces. That is weird. But no one will look down on Aries constellation because Aries constellation is protected by the silver frost mounts. From start to finish, it only used one blade technique. Yong Qiu shook his head. Although the spirit generals of the clan union are strong, but it is another kind of strength, they are usually proficient in a few different martial techniques. Tang Tian was extremely pleased. Hey, I thought of a brilliant idea. I will wear an eye patch on my right eye. That way I will not be affected by my right eye. Grandmaster Spirit card was the most perfect spirit card for this type of martial technique. Where did these fellows come from? Shui Cheng asked sharply, his voice revealing a trace of fear. The black-robed young swordsman who was fighting with him, from start to finish, did not even unsheath his sword and was already suppressing him to the point that he could not breathe. I appreciate your kind intentions. Ling Su shook his head, but I must personally get rid of him. Use the silver spear in my hand. Use the pointed C spear that teacher taught me and finish him off. Yu Shen nodded his head. That's good too. The three of them realized the battle was much more difficult than they had imagined. Yu Shen's face turned green. The number of casualties was calculated. In just a short exchange, they had lost 16 people. 7 were heavily injured, close to a fifth of their losses. And the opponent did not have any losses. Chapter 275. After losing the peacock's continuous supply of true power, he was much weaker than before, and his true power had once again dropped to the 6th level. Tang Tian's current image was extremely crude. The peacock had entered his eye, the armor had disappeared, and his right eye was covered with a black eye patch, looking like a one-eyed pirate. Just 4 people, and they dare to be so arrogant? The opponent did not even put them in his eyes. He was a 7th level martial artist. Feng Chou was an 8th level martial artist. If the two of them could not even beat a 6th level martial artist, then they should just jump into the river and commit suicide. Tang, E. 5 angry arrows struck the light shield. Tang Tian was slightly dissatisfied. Hey, Ling Su, can you not be so flashy? The azure blue light aura in his left eye exploded, the bone piercing cold, piercing straight into people's hearts. That face that did not look decent was currently indifferent without any expression. But for some reason, when Yong Qiu saw that expressionless face, his heart trembled. This word had long been ingrained into their blood. The silver moonlight shone on the sand dune, illuminating the surrounding scenery. Impossible! Yong Qiu shouted, "Leave this person to me!" Tang Tian did not have any leeway to dodge. Seeing that Tang Tian had nowhere to dodge, Tang Tian suddenly stood still. Holding the shield horizontally, his body sank, his right leg retreated, his waist lowered, his face slightly raised. For feudal martial to be able to become one of the 3 powerhouses of Lupus constellation, naturally they had their own unique points. Everyone had their blades in their hands, their armors not removed. The atmosphere was tense. Yu Shen took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. He raised his right fist and bellowed, "Feudal martial!" And in his hand was a silver flying blade, his gaze fixed firmly on Tang Tian. As long as Tang Tian revealed a flaw, he would definitely deal a fatal blow. Yu Shen and the other two's faces were filled with uncontrollable anger. Bang! Yong Qiu completely did not understand. This kind of trash, how could he be so daring? And for the concealed weapons that he could not dodge, he would use the blood rush shield in his hand to block. Chi chi chi! Dang dang dang! Yong Qiu's pupils suddenly constricted. Amidst the sudden low whistling sound, 5 extremely fierce and sharp auras firmly blocked all of Tang Tian's escape routes. He rushed out more than 30 meters, and the 5 arrows, like venomous snakes hiding in the shadows, silently appeared in front of him. At this moment, the restrained aura on the arrow exploded. The originally dim arrow suddenly lit up with a solid light. Suddenly, Shui Cheng's blue light ears moved. His expression changed slightly, and he shouted in a low voice, "It's coming!" Such contempt! Such contempt! Such disdain! The other party's intentions were clear. Attack! It was just that more than 80 people roared in unison, but gave off the feeling that they were as ferocious as tigers. Feng Cho always had a tacit understanding. The blade aura in his hand changed. Turning from hard to soft, the blade aura was like silk, intertwining layers and layers. Its true power was originally much stronger than Tang Tian's. Layers of blade auras, like layers upon layers of raging waves, surrounded Tang Tian so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. It was so relaxing to be with everyone. The red light on the blood rush shield was like a blossoming flower suddenly blossoming. Tang Tian's left eye lit up with a blue light, his face suddenly turning cold. A few blood pillars shot out. The fragments were like concealed weapons, piercing into the bodies of a few martial artists. But there were still a few people around who were affected. The fragments of the explosion followed the wave of qi and swept out. Suddenly, his eyes darkened. A figure blocked in front of him. Feng Cho! Feng Chao's blade aura waved, blocking the majority of the fragments. Everyone opened their eyes. The crowd was in an uproar, but quickly calmed down. Their faces revealed nervousness, all of them regardless of their concealed weapon techniques. All of them had concealed weapons in their hands. They looked around anxiously. Luckily for them, the moon was bright. Yong Chio's eyes lit up. Although the bow and arrows did not have as many variations as the concealed weapons, but the power and might were much stronger than the concealed weapons. These 5 arrows could pierce through a 5-inch steel plate. The blood rush shield in Tang Tian's hands suddenly lit up with a faint red light, welcoming the 5 arrows that pierced through the air. He lowered his shoulders and elbows and pushed forward. The light shield was condensed from compressed air. After breaking, the compressed air that was over 100 times lost its restraints and instantly exploded. Feudal Marshal, who was at the top of the food chain of Lupus Constellation, had never been looked down upon before. A dazzling spark appeared in his vision. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Air shield strike technique. Qi congealing shield. What a joke! A 7th level martial artist and an 8th level spirit general working together were actually blocked by a 6th level martial artist. What kind of joke was that? Crane, please don't be like this. You will implicate us and become a joke. Shui Cheng's ear lit up with a faint blue light. The blue light was like a blue banana leaf, water-type martial technique. Listen to the rain. Tang Yi, who was leaning on his zanbato, was indifferent and only spat out 4 words. Flashy, but impractical. Hearing that, the other martial artists all became excited. Master must have found the person's weakness. Victory was in his grasp, so they all turned and supported the others. Yong Chio's face revealed a happy expression, but at that moment his expression froze. He immediately rushed out. For arrogant figures appeared the top of a sand dune embedded in the moonlight, casting 4 long black shadows, reflecting on the sand dune. Dense killing intent quietly pervaded out in the moonlight. In the eyes of others, Tang Tian's figure suddenly became a blurry smoke. The concealed weapons pierced through the smoke, but there was no reaction, only the occasional sparks letting people know it was not smoke. The injured martial artists, after receiving simple treatment and bandaging by the medical martial artists, had already calmed down. They also knew not to groan or wail, as it would greatly affect their morale. In Lupus Constellation, once you become someone's burden, you would be the first to be cleansed. In the vast desert, if you were to be abandoned, then you would definitely not have the possibility of surviving. Kill! Tang Tian's figure was extremely small, quickly swaying, using the small time difference between the concealed weapons to create such a scene. Every martial artist, even the injured elite martial artists, had an indescribable fanaticism on their faces. They breathed heavily, their faces sinister. The bright crimson claws, like the shy face of a young lady, the sobbing and complaining voice, caused people's hair to stand. But at that moment, what occupied Yong Chio's entire vision was the bright crimson claws blossoming, the dazzling sparks like fireworks. Without any concealment, without any plan, the four of them openly appeared at the top of the sand dune, looking down at them from above. Yu Shun, Shui Cheng, and Yong Chio, the three of them, were in a triangular formation, sitting at the edge of the camp, each of them guarding one direction. The axe light was jet black with a low whimper. Yong Chio's pupils suddenly dilated. Not good. Feng Chao's battle tactics immediately changed. The blade light congealed fiercely, meeting force with force. The sparks were like fireworks, and Tang Tian's figure was almost completely covered by them. "Pa!" Tang Tian did not care. He laughed out loud. "Go!" That was. The layers and layers of blade light were filled with killing intent. As long as Tang Tian revealed a flaw, Feng Chou would immediately deal a fatal blow. His pupils shrunk to the size of needles, instantly becoming a sea of fear. His movements were as fast as lightning, consecutively throwing out 6 flying axes. Suddenly, Yong Chio was stunned in his mind. He could not stop himself from thinking about the 4 legendary words. The frivolous look on Yong Chio's face disappeared. Shui Cheng's face revealed a rarely seen seriousness. All the fear on the elite martial artists' faces disappeared, and all of them became solemn and respectful. For figures, like 4 angry arrows, rushed towards Yu Shun's camp. The sparks were like fireflies that were startled, flying everywhere, but following that, they once again gathered together. And Tang Tian, who was in the midst of the sparks, did not move, as though he was not affected at all. Feng Chao's ferocious blade light was unable to move an inch. But Tang Tian took the chance to rush in front of Feng Chou. The bleeding cat blade scythe in his hands brought forth dazzling sparks, slashing towards Feng Chou. The sparks on his fire scythe, Ghost Claw, once again changed from blue to silver white. Yong Chio quickly noticed Tang Tian's weakness. The confidence in his heart surged, and he secretly sneered, "6th level true power, and you dare to show off here?" The sneak attack previously caused Yu Shun and the rest to be badly battered, causing them to be shocked and frightened. But for the opponent to appear in front of them so openly, it caused them to be enraged. Yong Chio roared in his heart. Like glass breaking, the light shield immediately crumbled. On the hill, Crane's eyes flashed a look of surprise and said indifferently, "Your morale is good." The peacock true power in Tang Tian's meridians was completely depleted. A thought flashed past Yong Chio's mind. Ling Su was startled and immediately became enraged. "Despicable person, you dare to cheat!" Luckily, martial artists could meditate to recover their strength, and not sleeping for 4 to 5 days was not a problem. "Die!" Ling Su could not wait any longer. "Who?" The red flames emitted from Flamingo's body, completely enveloping his body, becoming restless. This brat, was he hiding his strength all along? Yong Chio could not believe his own eyes. The scene in front of him completely toppled his common sense. Suddenly his eyes twitched. The concealed weapons that were raining down from the sky, and his eyes became extremely clear. Last time, there were no blue eyes. Yong Chio's face turned cold. The concealed weapons in his hands rained down on the 4 of them. Almost at the same time, all sorts of concealed weapons, bows and arrows with all sorts of light auras, shot towards Tang Tian and the rest. Ling Su, idiot! Merely 6th level. Ding! The arrows and concealed weapons in front of Tang Tian were all sucked in and exploded into pieces. The uniform sound of fists and blades hitting their chests. The 80-odd people shouted in unison, "Feudal Marshal!" With that said, they rushed out first. Keeping the silver blade, a fine steel flying axe appeared in Yong Chio's hands. He rarely used these types of heavy concealed weapons, but that did not mean he did not know how to use them. His true power was the weakest out of the 3 of them. He did not expect to meet an opponent with weaker true power than him. If he did not trample on the opponent, He would be wasting such a good opportunity. The remaining 80 people, gathered in the center, sat cross-legged and meditated. After the battle just now, they were already like birds that were startled by the mere twang of a bow. Who could sleep soundly? A series of low and concentrated sounds of collisions sounded out. Yong Chio's face surfaced a sinister smile. The true power in his body surged. The flying axe in his hands fiercely flung out. He decided to make his presence known, raised both his arms up high and shouted, "Godlike young lad, invincible!" Bang! His own 6 flying axes were extremely heavy. Tang Tian did not have any space to dodge. Other than taking it head-on, there was no other way. And the real killing technique was Win Chou. A gigantic red light shield appeared in front of Tang Tian. Every one of them had lived in feudal martial for more than 5 years, and their sense of belonging to feudal martial was extremely deep. Chapter 276. After the peacock evolved, the endless peacock true power caused Tang Tian's strength to increase greatly. The poker face revealed a smile. Tang Tian's 6th level true power had now become his biggest shortcoming. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw itself was a 7th level martial technique, and he could barely use it. And using the method of burning true power to transform Fire Scythe Ghost Claw into a unique martial technique. But at the same time, the requirement for true power was much higher. The blade aura that was like a painting in the ice blue vision was quickly analyzed. The ice blue eyes flashed a trace of admiration. "Welcome to the Southern Cross Army Recruit Barracks." All the fulcrums were extremely good targets to attack, but Feng Chou had spent so much time on Thousand Mountains of Evening Snow. How could he not know the importance of these fulcrums? All these fulcrums, without exception, were important points of protection. Before burning my own martial spirit to complete my own wish, I am truly happy. My life's goal. Although he was suspicious, but the blade in his hand instinctively reacted. His body swayed and appeared there like a ghost. The sparks from Fire Scythe Ghost Claw instantly pierced through. Feng Chou actually chose to ignite his martial spirit. Tang Tian's ice blue left eye, for the first time, fluctuated. Even if he could not rest in peace, even if he was to be ordered around, even if his hopes were as slim as a speck of dust. The dreams of his youth had never faded. Yong Qiu stared blankly at the figure burning in the snowflakes. Looking at the blade aura that was like a painting, he could not believe his own eyes. He suddenly realized he might have missed out on something precious. In the spacious hall, a poker-faced spirit general stood there quietly. These 4 words were like a nightmare, firmly occupying Yong Qiu's mind, his eyes filled with fear. The scene in front of him proved the terror of these 4 words. The layers of blade auras, stacked layer upon layer, reached an astonishing balance. Upon contact, it would cause a chain reaction. The most ingenious was that the gaps between the blade auras were actually all traps. Is this a unique martial technique? His target was a fulcrum point below Feng Chou's left ribs, about half an inch to the left. The sky full of blade auras disappeared, and Feng Chou was burnt to the point that only his head was left. Floating in midair, the rest of his body was completely burnt. Snowflakes began to fall in the dry desert. Holding the saber horizontally in his hand, he slowly raised it and brandished it again and again. The saber light was like snow, layer upon layer, extremely rich in layers. Between the snow-white saber light, the shadows were like dots of green, thousands of protruding peaks, cold and precipitous. Yong Qiu was stunned. The snow-white blade aura scattered in all directions. Unique martial skill. Only now did Feng Chou understand Tang Tian's intention. Suddenly, a strange power enveloped him. His vision blurred, and he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. He did not know much about Feng Chou. He was a concealed weapon martial artist, and spirit generals were his best helpers. Because spirit generals had a time limit, to Yong Qiu, spirit generals were consumables, and he had used many spirit generals. Feng Chou was one of the better ones. With a power of the 8th level, with outstanding blade techniques, it was able to assist Yong Qiu. Then, I'll let you have a look at my saber technique. Using brute force was always the best way. The beautiful blade aura gave Tang Tian an unprecedented sense of danger. Feng Chou's true power was able to suppress Tang Tian. If not for Tang Tian using unique martial skill, he would not be able to contend against Feng Chou. Even wind concealment and air shield strike technique would not work. Feng Chou's eyes became high-spirited, because I just want to see with my own eyes a real unique martial skill. Spirit General? I understand now. I finally understand now. Ha ha. Suddenly, Tang Tian's heart was enlightened. Under the unique martial skill, the King Peacock, I could see through all techniques. Sufficient true power caused the power of the fire scythe Ghost Claw to increase. The extremely ugly face was at the moment serene and satisfied. What he was surprised about was not Feng Chou's stunning blade technique, but the figure that was burning with passion. It was as though a soft spot in his heart was lightly touched. This surprise was like a ripple sliding across the lake in Tang Tian's heart. His state of mind once again regained its calmness. So beautiful. I finally saw it. It's so beautiful. Where is this? King Peacock, The surging true power caused his ice-blue vision to suddenly become even clearer. Just at this time, Tang Tian's other palm released a light aura. In Tang Tian's left eye, the blade aura that was like a painting quickly faded. In his vision, it became a translucent line and fulcrum. These simple lines were like thin wooden sticks stacked layer by layer, achieving a perfect balance. Suddenly, he was interrupted by Feng Chou's whistle. He sensed something. His gaze involuntarily landed on Feng Chou and was shocked. He stared blankly at the dazzling fireworks. Feng Chou's blade aura was unable to advance an inch. The aftermath of the berserk force dispersed in all directions, blowing up the yellow sand on the ground. Thank you. Feng Chou suddenly smiled at Tang Tian. Once the martial spirit starts to burn, unless it completely burns, it will definitely not stop. This is my blade technique. 1,000 mountains of evening snow. He suddenly lowered his head to look at the blade in his hand. It was still the familiar style, but it was not the real thing. The distant memories were already blurry, but in the ice and snow, the figure of the young man who was sweating like rain, tirelessly training his blade technique, was extremely clear. Feng Chou. But now that the peacock armor was destroyed, without the peacock true power, Tang Tian's shortcoming of not having enough true power was once again exposed. He could only use the heavenly light pellet crane. But the gray flames were already extinguished, and the gray flames on Feng Chou's body had already reached his chest. He was not the least bit angry, but instead laughed out loud. Feng Chou's ugly face was brimming with pride. Suddenly, from the corner of his eyes, a figure flashed past. Tang Tian appeared in front of him, extended his palm, and grabbed towards his head. It was a unique saber technique that had been tempered 1,000 times, but it was not without flaws. Feng Chou's body continued to release gray flames that was martial spirit ignition. Yong Qiu forgot about the battle. The fear in his eyes unknowingly disappeared as he stared at the beautiful scene in front of him. The Demon King blazing fireflies explosion completely shattered the fulcrum. The picturesque blade aura lost control like an avalanche. Feng Chou suddenly raised his head and looked at Tang Tian's dazzling silver tree of sparks. What a beautiful time! Gazing at the dazzling silver tree of sparks, Feng Chou's eyes were filled with satisfaction. Suddenly, the gray flames on his body exploded. His legs were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a candle burning to its end. All these seemingly simple stacks, Feng Chou had put in a lot of sweat and sweat. Tang Tian's gaze landed on the fulcrum where the blade auras converged. 5 fireflies nimbly flew towards the fulcrum below Feng Chao's left ribs. The surrounding blade auras were attracted by Tang Tian's previous attack and became much weaker. The 5 fireflies landed on the fulcrum and exploded. Although my wish was not fulfilled, but I did not let down the beautiful time. Feng Chao's entire body was covered in gray flames. In the exploding blade aura, his empty eyes seemed to have revived, as though he was once again alive. Once the martial spirit was ignited, the connection between the spirit general and its master would be severed. Unique martial skill, only a unique martial skill could achieve this. The figure in the snow, like blade aura, was faintly discernible. The body was either bright or dark, like fireflies, like stars, like snow, like sparks fluttering down, as though it was not in the mortal world. Recalling the lofty aspirations and ambitions of his youth, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a smile. But Feng Chao's action of igniting his martial spirit caused Yong Qiu to be shocked. He had summoned many spirit generals before, but none of them would initiate to ignite their martial spirit. Spirit generals had intelligence. After igniting their martial spirit, they would temporarily increase their strength, and then their life would end. Yong Qiu did not know much about Feng Chou. He only heard that when he was alive, he was a famous blade artist. Because that was a dream that I had never fulfilled in my entire life. Igniting his martial spirit, the true power in his body was boiling. Feng Chou looked at Tang Tian. The countless memories of his life, at the end of his life, all surfaced in his mind. Feng Chou was confused. What is he trying to do? I am no longer a threat to Tang Tian. If Tang Tian's true power was equal to Feng Chou's, with the might of the fire scythe ghost claw, he could completely attack all these points. There were no more regrets. Demon King, blazing firefly, 30 years of being a famous blade artist. Untainted by the pleasures of life, with only the blade as his companion, he died alone. Thinking about before he died, his good friend was extremely puzzled and shocked by his decision. His good friend did not understand. Why would someone as proud as him be willing to be a spirit general, to be ordered around by others, and to be muddle-headed in the world? Wrapped in snow, the ink was like a painting. The calm Tang Tian, without hesitation, used the heavenly light pellet crane. A clear cry of a crane came out from his body. The true power in the heavenly light pellet crane was like a flood, instantly flowing into every part of his body. Suddenly, Feng Chou sensed something strange. The expression on his face immediately became extremely shocked. The gray flame that was burning his head actually quietly extinguished. Under the calm as ice, Tang Tian could make accurate judgments. Feng Chou's blade technique was not far from a unique martial technique, roughly at the level of wind concealment and air shield strike technique. If the opponent were to attack these traps, the overlapping blade auras would be like an avalanche, crashing down. How could the martial spirit ignition be interrupted? Definitely not. Unfortunately, his true power was far from Feng Chou's. If he were to attack these points, he would be counterattacked by the concentrated blade auras and be smashed into pieces. In a moment, the blade aura exploded. The snow-white blade aura was like a shark that smelled blood, brazenly attacking. The snow-white painting of the snow-white peak seemed to have come alive and moved very quickly. The fire scythe ghost claws sparks intertwined with the snow-white blade aura. Feng Chou was surprised. He did not understand why Tang Tian would attack there. He did not believe that Tang Tian did not understand 1,000 mountains of evening snow, but why would Tang Tian attack there? But facing Feng Chou, who was willing to sacrifice everything to ignite, Tang Tian was also forced into a desperate situation. Surging true power was injected. Tang Tian's left eye became even more ice blue and clear, just that his heart had an additional sense of respect. Chapter 277. For some reason, the other martial artists revealed a look of relief and quietly threw down their weapons. No one doubted if they resisted, the opponent would not hesitate to kill them all. Feudal martial is finished. Around the meteor, there were countless of cold auras, like stars in the sky. Yu Shun's pressure multiplied. Tang Tian picked the nearest Yong Qiu, while Ling Su's target landed on Yu Shun. Yu Shun's eyes revealed a look of admiration. His entire body was filled with fighting intent, his mouth revealing a smile. One move to victory! Among the three of them, Yu Shun was the strongest. His great sorrow thunder palm was ferocious and tyrannical. Even Tang Tian did not dare to face it head-on, but Ling Su was not afraid at all. Did you hear? Even Master Yu Shun and Master Shui Cheng, who escaped, were injured. Great Sorrow Thunder Palm. Killing technique. Great Sorrow Thunder. Old Yu. His teacher did not tell him, so he naturally did not care, although the Silver Frost Mounts had a glorious history. But to him, the silver spear was Ling Su's silver spear, the pointed sea spears were Ling Su's pointed sea spears. The concentrated silver rain exploded in front of Yu Shun. Yong Qiu was not the only one who lost. The straight and solid silver light beam entered the great sorrow thunder. It was as though an angry flame rose into the sky. The three young men were strong, extremely strong, much stronger than what they had imagined. Yong Qiu's face regained some normalcy. He raised both of his arms and revealed a bitter smile. We surrender. Teacher, this is little Su's pointed sea spears. With one charge, the figure on the bird's back stood straight like a spear. His jet-black fingers gently rubbed. Shui Cheng cried out involuntarily as he received a heavy blow from Tang Yi's saber. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but his speed increased by a notch. He caught the unconscious Yu Shun, and before he even landed on the ground, his body made a strange turn in the air, and he exerted all his strength to dash forward. His heart was filled with shock. Where did these people come from? All of them were so young, but all of them were so outstanding. Tang Tian and the other two became famous. Dozens of cold glints shot out from his palm energy. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed cold glints pierced through the palm energy and appeared where he had just been standing. For some reason, he had the urge to sing loudly, but he shook his head and threw the thought out of his mind. Previously, no one could figure out the depth of Tang Tian and the others, but after this legendary battle, no one could see through them. However, everyone's understanding was surprisingly unified. Buzz. However, what made Ling Su even more excited was that the frequency of his shots had finally broken through an extremely important barrier. Yu Shun's entire right arm had disappeared. Fresh blood dripped from the horrifying wound flowing along the road. The entire desert was in an uproar. It was clearly only slowly approaching, but it made Yu Shun feel as if he was being burned. Hearing the excited and shocked discussions and seeing the envious and worshipping gazes from every corner, Homa Er, who was on her horse, could not help but straighten her back, her face revealing a proud look. Such a legendary battle, personally experiencing it, made her feel even more profound. Yu Shun did not feel anything. His expression was solemn, both his palms hugging his chest, as though he was holding on to a silver ball. Countless lightning auras converged at an astonishing speed between his palms, forming a blazing lightning ball, releasing a terrifying chi. The explosive cold aura exploded like a torrential rain, instantly producing a terrifying power. Teacher, this is little Su's Justice Origin Core Pierce. Yu Shun took a deep breath. He knew he was already in an extremely dangerous situation. If he was not careful, tonight would be the day of his death. Under the threat of death, Yu Shun abandoned all distracting thoughts and abandoned the occasional screams. In other people's eyes, Tang Tian was Tang Tian's spirit general, so Tang Tian's contributions were naturally recorded in Tang Tian's head. Ling Su did not give chase, but stood at his original position, looking down at Yu Shun, the silver spear in his hand, slowly but smoothly turning. The faint sound of a wind chime entered Ling Su's ears. Master Tang and the rest are truly war gods. In the silver light, a figure flew fiercely, spilling out fresh blood. Yu Shun released his palm, and his face changed. The silver frost mounts had nothing to do with him, and what truly hurt his vitality was the destruction of feudal marshals' elites. Around the Firewolf tribe, there were countless pairs of eyes in the dark. "Teacher, this is little Sue's true heart." Bang! The place where he was previously standing suddenly exploded, filling the sky with yellow sand. He was like a ball of fire that was in full bloom. Wu Tai Yu built up feudal marshals' elites who knew how much manpower, resources, and wealth he had spent. Strangely, Ling Su thought of the weird singing. His vision was completely occupied by the flickering silver aura. A feeling of extreme danger suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. His combat experience was very rich, and he did not even think before retreating quickly. Yu Shun's world quietened down. He raised his head. Ling Su stopped at a distance of 20 m away from him. The dazzling light ball rose like the sun. The pitch-black night temporarily disappeared. The chaotic battlefield was shocked by such a shocking explosion, and they couldn't help but stop. His face was ashen. The hand holding the concealed weapon trembled uncontrollably. In the past, he had heard of unique martial techniques, but when he personally witnessed a unique martial technique, he finally understood it was much stronger than what he had imagined. "Teacher, this is little Sue's justice." From the whistling sound, one could hear Ling Su's improvement. Previously, when he released his spear, the whistling sound was like a thick cloth tearing, but now it was a low and deep buzzing sound. This meant that the power of his spear was more concentrated. The sound of it tearing through the air was greatly reduced, but the number of times he released his spear was greatly increased, resulting in the buzzing sound of a swarm of wasps. Buzz. Pu Piu Piu. The last time the Firewolf tribe defeated Exenli, all the tribes in the desert were greatly shaken. They could not figure out the depth of Tang Tian and his entourage. All of them watched quietly and only sent out spies to observe the development of the situation. Breaking through this barrier meant that his pointed sea spear had entered a whole new realm. The silver spear was so glaring that one could not open one's eyes. The spear's body was boiling hot, but Ling Su did not seem to feel it. An astonishing pain came from his spine, but Ling Su did not seem to feel it. The handsome face in the flames surfaced a crazed look. Bang! When Tang Tian and his entourage, escorting a long line of people, appeared in the Firewolf tribe, the entire Firewolf tribe was in an uproar. Everyone in the Firewolf tribe was mobilized. They looked at the long line in disbelief. Feudal marshals' elites were one of the 3 strongest elites of Lupus constellation. All of them were Heaven's Road grade, but the selection was extremely strict. Their strength far exceeded the average Heaven's Road grade martial artist. Compared to the other tribes' own Heaven's Road grade martial artists, they were many times stronger. The surrounding stars transformed into densely packed light beams, entering the silver spear in his hands. Before this night, no one could imagine such a strong team. How could they be defeated? However, they were defeated. They were completely defeated. Moreover, they were defeated by 3 youths. Like a whisper in the shadows, the passionate yet fanatical young man pressed forward, brazenly thrusting out. Nothing, compared to a battle record, could prove one's strength. Nothing was more reassuring than strength, more convincing. Furthermore, it was the harsh environment of the desert. Oh my God! This is Master Yong Qiu. 100 spears in a second. The destruction of feudal marshals' elites to feudal marshal could be said to have shaken their foundation. This legendary battle was like the wind before the sky had even brightened. It had already spread to every corner of the desert. The young Firebird knight in front of her had a posture as straight as a spear. He was like those old-fashioned and strict knights from the ancient times, meticulous, in the elegant red flames. Under his fluttering silver hair, his heroic face and orange eyes were burning. In the entire desert, every tribe leader brought their loyal guards against the stars disregarding the exhaustion of true power, set off in the middle of the night. Inside the flames on the back of Flamingo, Ling Su held his spear horizontally, his orange eyes blazing, his silver hair moving without any wind. He said, "One move to victory!" His heart was neither happy nor sad. Although Exanli was strong, but he could only be a tyrant in the desert. His wings were not fully grown. But Feudal Marshal was one of the three powerhouses of Lupus Constellation, and was the undisputed big shot of Lupus Constellation. Yu Shun, Shui Cheng, Yong Qiu were the three fierce generals under Wu Taiyu. Any one of them had power that far surpassed the entire desert. Yong Qiu stared blankly at Tang Tian. His hands and feet were ice cold. His heart no longer had any intention to fight. Ling Su advanced. Once he made his move, Ling Su's body trembled, his face revealing an uncontrollable excitement. Both sides faced each other. 3 seconds. Silver spear like snow, untainted by clouds. Sheep horn bell, the cool breeze does not carry it. The sun shines, but no shadow, the spear is straight. Awe-inspiring one heart, protect my stars. In front of Aries constellation, the spear is the best under the heavens. The flamingo took small steps, and with just a few small steps, the flamingo's speed had already reached an astonishing level. When it was still 3 zhang away from Yushan, the bird's claws fiercely dug into the yellow sand, and with a loud bang it leapt high into the air. The remaining martial artists panicked. The 2 masters had escaped, their morale dropped to rock bottom, and the remaining elite martial artists were only left with less than 40 people. Their gazes unconsciously landed on Yongqiu. Her heart was filled with joy. Meeting Tang Tian and the rest was probably the best choice she had made in her life. Not only were the citizens of Firewolf tribe shocked, the scouts patrolling outside the tribe could not believe their own eyes. They had completely forgotten to hide themselves. When the sun rose on the second day in front of Firewolf tribe stronghold, all the leaders of the various tribes gathered. But Feudal Marshal's 3 generals, 1 was defeated and 2 were injured. The 2 of them looked at each other and moved at the same time. His chest was filled with heroic spirit, his fighting intent boiling. He urged Flamingo and slowly approached Yushan. His back was ramrod straight, the prickling pain in his spine a constant reminder of what was going on. Unique martial technique. Is this a unique martial technique? The low whistling sound was like a swarm of bees flapping their wings. The great sorrow thunder was filled with destructive chi. But not only did it not make Ling Su fearful, it made him even more crazy, his fighting intent even more intense. The young man on the back of the bird was like a burning flame, raising the silver spear in his hand. Ling Su, who was in the air, reached the highest point and started to fall like a shooting star. Chapter 278. But Feng Chou, who had been accompanied by the blade for his entire life, knew that a journey of 10,000 miles starts with a single step. Standing on the shoulders of the ancestors naturally allowed you to be at a higher height from the start. But this also meant that your foundation was not solid, because your foundation is the foundation of the ancestors and not your own foundation. Tang Tian and Bing revealed a look of surprise. This idea was truly unique, and very few people would think of such a method. Is it powerful? Tang Tian heard Feng Chou's surprised look, and immediately became excited. Tang Tian and Bing listened attentively. They were attracted by Feng Chou's novel and unique idea. That. Feng Chou hesitated. I have a stupid idea. With great difficulty, Tang Tian also came in. Feng Chou was dumbstruck. He had long heard of the name of the ancient energy room. Legends said that there was an ancient energy room that could help martial artists greatly increase the speed of their true power training. But he never thought that the so-called ancient energy room would actually require 10 7th level star rocks a day. The 3 of them were all training seriously. Do you know how much a 7th level star rock costs? Tang Tian asked with a black face. Ah. Tang Tian was shocked. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. To explain it more vividly, from the first level to the sixth level, your true power is similar to a gaseous state. And after reaching the seventh level, your true power needs to be compressed into a liquid state. That is also why it is extremely difficult to advance from the sixth level to the seventh level. Of course, there are ways to do it. For example, some people use medicine, and some people use the power of spirit cards to forcefully break through the barrier of the sixth level. But I do not recommend that. Requires seventh level star rocks. And when Tang Tian recovered from his meditation, his face was full of worry. Feng Chou could not help but ask, "Is it difficult?" The ancestors' understanding of martial techniques could be passed down more efficiently, but at the same time, it also made the young people lazier. They became even more impatient, who would be willing to continuously repeat those dry and tedious things that they saw as simple and unskilled training. In his mind, a bold idea surfaced. Needless to say, Tang Tian was a training maniac who would definitely not waste any time. In this battle, he found his own weakness, which was that his true power was too weak. Although the King Peacock Eye was strong, its might was also directly related to true power, and Fire Scythe, Ghost Claw consumed a lot of true power. Then I realized the blade aura that I released was more condensed than the true power in my body. His temperament was eccentric and arrogant, with his heart set on the blade. Towards Tang Tian's attitude towards training, he was extremely appreciative and naturally felt a sense of closeness. Although he was introverted, he was isolated from the world and had a pure heart. That's right. Bing's voice came from behind. He felt a tinge of guilt. Feng Chou said, "Because your true power is pure and condensed, formed seventh level Dan Sichas level Dantian of true. Of Zhou." Bing was pleased, but his face was calm. "It's just an ordinary thing. Nothing difficult. Sai Lei can do it. It's just that he has to spend some star rocks." Bing was pleased, but his face was calm. "It's just an ordinary thing. Nothing difficult. Sai Lei can do it. It's just that it requires a lot of star rocks." This fellow hastily waved his hand at him. Without saying a word, he buried his head in training. Feng Chou looked at him for a long time, and had to admit losing to him was not an injustice. He counted with his fingers. "First, I need a high-strength house. Oh, there's a ready-made one. The carriage can be modified. The energy will not leak out. Pick the smallest room, just enough to accommodate one person to meditate. The concentration of energy has to exceed the sixth level true power. If that's the case, I will need about 10 seventh level star rocks a day." He had never stopped using star rocks to train, and with the accumulation of countless star rocks, in addition to the long and arduous training in the recruit barracks, he successfully reached the sixth level of perfection. I decided to give it a try. With a blade in each hand, my right hand's blade will release a blade aura, and I will use my left hand's blade to receive it. If I don't succeed at the start, the blade aura released by my right hand will be like other people's blade auras. When it meets the left hand's blade, it will slash. Only 500,000. Tang Tian sneered. 100 of them. That's 100 million star coins. That's your idea? Just breaking through to the seventh level, and you need 100 million? Do you dare to think of a way to save money? Bing felt wronged. In the past, we trained like this. It's not my fault that I was rich in the past. This is a stupid idea that I unknowingly came up with. When Feng Chou talked about training, he entered the zone. This is a method that I thought of when I was trying to break through to the ninth level. Once, when I was training my blade technique, I suddenly thought if I were to release a blade aura, would I be able to receive it myself and merge it back into my meridians? Feng Chou's face revealed a faint regret. Sadly, when I thought of this method, I was already very old and was unable to verify it further. The same martial technique in different hands would often have completely different styles because everyone's understanding of it was different. If one was lazy and blindly relied on others, the road would only get narrower and narrower. So when Feng Cho saw Tang Tian patiently waving his shield, he was surprised. And after that, Tang Tian's crazy and extreme method of training made him even more speechless. Tang Tian's eyes were as bright as stars. Feng Chao's novel and novel method gave him a huge inspiration. As for the tribe leaders' matters, Tang Tian gave full authority over it to Bing. Feng Cho was curious. Tang Tian actually did not know about the basics of training. How did he train to where he is today? Feng Cho was shocked. Ancient energy room? You guys actually know about the ancient energy room? Bing's expression also became serious. He missed the barracks of the past. At that time, the warehouse was filled with mountains of star rocks, which were the most common consumables. He never had to worry about star rocks, unlike now where he lived a tight life. Actually, it's still okay. Bing's expression was slightly stiff. This is only used when breaking through. I reckon in 20 days, your 6th level true power will be able to be compressed to a perfect state. Feng Cho understood. So that's how it is. The extremely dry and dull action of waving the shield was practiced tens of thousands of times. With regards to such matters, if not for Bing's needs, he would not even participate. And among the people around him, Ling Su's goal was to take revenge. Crane's goal was to revive Heavenly Crane constellation, and only Bing was passionate about such matters. Tang Tian's eyes immediately lit up. What method? Feng Cho, who was left with only his head, floated around the recruit barracks, feeling extremely weird. To be pulled into such a weird place, other than having a poker face to talk to him. He said a word of welcome, and then there was no more movement. In the corner, there was a group leader with eyes shouting every day. Feng Cho was originally not a lively and extroverted person, so naturally he did not care. About 500,000. Bing said weakly. Feng Cho continued, That's right. Then I thought that martial technique is some kind of special technique to compress true power. Through the martial technique, the blade aura is compressed true power. Then if my left hand were to reverse the mental cultivation technique, I should be able to absorb it. I decided to use my left hand to reverse the mental cultivation technique. But I never thought that the blade aura would actually follow the blade in my right hand and be absorbed into my meridians. And the true power that was absorbed into the meridians congealed and did not dissipate and will not be assimilated by the original true power in the body. But the same type of true power can be fused. I spent a period of time to change all the true power in my body into this type of true power. This type of true power is as sharp as the blade aura, filled with destructive power, highly concentrated. I call it blade true power. Why? Tang Tian was surprised hearing that. The higher the level of martial technique development, it was not that it was more complicated or refined, but it was closer to the laws of the world. How is this training true power? This is burning money. 10 7th level star rocks. Tang Tian was dumbstruck and stammered, and it's for a day. Then what do we do? Tang Tian asked. 100 million star coins. Who knows how many 7th level martial artists? Even Heaven's Road grade martial artists can be hired. But the most important thing was his true power just happened to enter a new crucial moment. Bing nodded. This is easy to understand. The higher the concentration of energy, the closer it is to materialization, and the stronger the power. Schwa. Both of their gazes were immediately attracted. Bing muttered, We used to use the energy room to solve this problem. It is to create a sealed environment where the energy inside is extremely dense, so dense that it exceeds the 6th level of true power. When this energy is absorbed into the body, the concentration is extremely high and will automatically suppress the pressure in your meridians. But this energy room costs a lot. Tang Tian maintained a cautious attitude. This brat had a history of the 10,000 men training camp. He opened his eyes wide and asked, How much star rocks does it cost? Seeing this, Feng Cho secretly nodded his head. There were not many youths who could do this. The appearance of spirit cards changed the way martial techniques were trained and made training even more convenient. And for those youths with good family backgrounds, the gold cards provided by their families, the effects of using them lasted for up to a year. He was an honest person and spoke out some of his own realizations. The sixth level of perfection is indeed harder to break through. This is related to the structure of the seventh level dantian. The seventh level dantian walls require even purer, true power to condense. The sixth level perfection barrier is actually used for this purpose. Your true power is blocked by the sixth level perfection barrier. Only by continuously purifying can you break through the barrier. Actually, I do not recommend you to break through to the seventh level so early. But with just a slight probe, the sixth level perfection barrier immediately made him feel the difficulty of breaking through. 20 days, 207th level star rocks. Trees with weak roots are unable to grow strong and healthy. Bing spoke frankly with assurance, because if you do that, although you break through to the seventh level, but the seventh level dantian walls formed are very small, and the seventh level true power is also unable to reach the state of a complete liquid state, and is similar to a mixture of gas and liquid, the power will be greatly reduced. Being stared at by the two, Feng Chou immediately panicked and blurted out, "But it will definitely not cost money." Tang Tian frowned. The sixth level perfection, but it seems like it will not be easy to break through this time. Chapter 279. Lupus Constellations Number 1, Kongda, was defeated by Wu Taiyu. I understand. Pai Pa nodded her head. Are the number of students provided by the tribes enough? Finished. She told Bing about Tang Tian and the rest's battle results, and her own problems. Poor Bing! He was previously an instructor in the recruit barracks. He definitely had no problems in terms of tactics, but in terms of strategy, please forgive an instructor. The entire Lupus Constellations situation suddenly became tense. Lupus Constellations' three great leaders, Kongda, had been in this situation for over 10 years. Wu Taiyu suddenly defeated Kongda, and everyone realized Lupus Constellation was going to change. You want to use the energy room to help little Tang Tang train? Sai Lei asked. Once this idea popped out, he was deeply attracted to it. To him, to raise the level of true power, other than being more concentrated, it also needed to be more pure, which meant less impurities. And on this point, his silver martial spirit had a greater advantage. He often used his martial spirit to refine treasures, and was very familiar with it. In the desert, the strong were respected, and such a request was not out of the ordinary. Hua Ma-er's prestige in the various tribes in the desert was relatively high, and no one had any objections. Back at the Fire Wolf tribe, Bing used Tang Tian's victory to request all the tribes to form the Lupus tribe, and appointed Hua Ma-er as the leader of the Lupus tribe. This decision did not meet with any obstacles, and when the leaders came, they were already prepared. Only a stronger tribe could allow everyone to live a better life. 100 million star coins. Sai Lei was shocked. No wonder boss scolded you. If it was me, I would also scold you to death. 100 million star coins. Do you know how many experiments and mechanical spirit weapons I need to do? His strongest point was his intuition, and intuition had always been his greatest reliance. And this intuition came from his own martial spirit. The silver martial spirit was the source of his strength, and was the biggest reason why he surpassed other martial artists of the same level. Tang Tian did not plan to use the blade aura, because he did not know anything about blade techniques. Thank you, Pai Pa. Bing said seriously. He realized he had underestimated Pai Pa. The sickly young lady was much more powerful than he thought. Pai Pa tilted her head. Uncle, what are you trying to achieve? The entire Lupus Constellation's attention was focused on the desert. Everyone's morale was unprecedentedly high. People from different tribes continuously migrated from every corner of the desert overnight. In the blink of an eye, feudal martial situation took a turn for the worse. The dazzling changes caused everyone to be shocked. Why didn't he pay attention to such a crucial issue? Sai Lei secretly regretted it. Let them live better than other families. Bing could not help but ponder. Funding. Sai Lei couldn't help but stand up straight and put her hands on her waist. She looked a little suspicious. You have to make it clear today. What does this thing have to do with our funds? He tried to use his martial spirit to temper his true power, and as expected, the impurities in the true power were all refined. After the tempering, the true power was even purer. But he could not find a way to compress his true power. Could the martial spirit compress his own true power? He was not stupid. It was just that he did not come into contact with such matters. With Pai Pa's reminder, he thought about the army in the past, where there were many similar families or external powerhouses, and immediately knew what was going on. Pai Pa smiled sweetly. Uncle is too courteous. I'm going to read. Bing met with the leaders for a short while, then rushed to Three Spirit City to find Sai Lei. Can you improve it? Bing asked anxiously. Fist techniques? Palm techniques? Leg techniques? Interlocking techniques? Bing waved his hands. That's why I came to find you, to see if you have any good ideas. Bing immediately replied, Of course it has to be used for a long period of time. A qualified mechanical martial artist is very expensive to groom. Making the boss feel that you are useful was the most important task of any subordinate. Bing was already used to Sai Lei's methods. Whoever thought that Sai Lei's flirtatious eyes were so easy to receive could only wait to be unlucky. He said in a low voice, Can you make this thing? Bing said helplessly. Back then, Southern Cross constellation's energy concentration was very high. To us, energy was an extremely normal thing, just like air. Who would think of conserving air? Bing encouraged him. Sai Lei, this is the time to show our value. The last time the training spirit device allowed Boss to cultivate a silver martial spirit. That was one of the reasons why he was willing to invest in you. And if we can create an energy house, then it will be a huge help to Boss's training. And I have many other similar energy houses. As long as we can solve the problem of Boss's training, then in the future, Boss will definitely not be stingy when it comes to funds. He swore in front of everyone to wash the desert with blood. Bing coughed. Boss thinks that other than burning money, we can't help him with his training. That is a very dangerous signal. Although the mechanical spirit weapons are powerful, Boss is not a mechanical martial artist. He is more concerned about his own strength. If we are not able to help Boss in this aspect, what do you think about the funds in the future? Not enough. Bing shook his head. I only picked 20 over people from the Firewolf tribe. All of the other tribes only have 20 to 30 people. To be able to pick out 300 to 400 people is already not bad. Sky Tiger opened up a piece of paper. For the first time, the desert was truly unified. That's right. If they can't live better than the other families, why would they put in so much effort? Pai Pa explained. He sat alone in the recruit barracks. He cupped his chin and thought hard. But how could he use the martial spirit to compress true power? What was his strongest point? None of them. Worry about the boss's worries. Only then would he have sufficient funds. Sai Lei rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm a deity? Without saying a word, you threw an energy house over and asked me if I could improve it? I have so many things on my hands. I'm so busy that my eye bags are coming out. Woo-woo, so pitiful. You black-hearted bosses. Cough, Pai Pa, Bing called out to Pai Pa. Now I have an important task for you. Io, little Bing Bing, what happened? Sai Lei combed the bangs in front of her forehead. She winked and laughed. He had asked Feng Cho. Feng Cho had confirmed his guess. Feng Cho had tried other martial techniques, but they were not as effective as the blade aura. This matched Tang Tian's guess. If a martial technique was a condensing device, then its performance would depend on the martial artist's understanding of the martial technique. Bing shamelessly pulled Sai Lei onto the chariot. Although Tang Tian had guaranteed that the funds would be sufficient, Sai Lei knew the importance of hugging the boss. "Boss, what do you think?" Pai Pa imitated them and called Tang Tian boss. "Let me see." Sai Lei took the energy house's design and studied it. Very quickly he was engrossed in it. Pai Pa was already used to it. She stood up and walked out of Sai Lei's workshop. Sai Lei and Pai Pa raised their heads and looked at each other. They could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Bing was rarely so anxious. Just at this time, a shocking news swept across the entire Lupus constellation. What were you people thinking at that time? Why did you waste so much energy? Sai Lei did not even raise her head. He did not care about all this. Bing waved his hand. He only wanted to rush to Southern Cross constellation. Feudal marshals, 3 great generals, went out to battle in the desert. 1 was captured and 2 were injured. Feudal marshals' elites were completely annihilated. Sai Lei leaned over and took a look. She was shocked. Ancient energy house. That's right. Bing saw that Sai Lei had been dragged down. He immediately calmed down. But Boss felt that it was too expensive. According to the price of 7th level star rocks, to break through to the 7th level, it would require at least 200 7th level star rocks. That would be more than 100 million star coins. Sai Lei thought about it. It made sense. She was very clear what kind of person Tang Tian was. No matter how good the mechanical spirit weapons were, to him, it was just icing on the cake. What Tang Tian cared about the most was not money but training. He even turned a blind eye to the problem that the boss cared about the most. This was not a good sign. Just as Feudal Marshal was about to rise, an even more shocking piece of news spread throughout Lupus constellation in one night. That I just need to pick a few talented youths to fill up my training camp. Bing was a little ashamed. It was not something to be proud of to not be able to find qualified newcomers in the training camp. These people, Uncle, do you plan to use them for a long time or as cannon fodder? Pai Pa asked. I understand. Bing was deep in thought. Bing heard that Sai Lei was starting to pester him. His head started to hurt. He immediately interrupted. Stop! This is related to our future funding. Pai Pa nodded. Since Uncle wants them to be your subordinates, then you have to settle their tribesmen well. That way, they can maintain their morale. Uncle, why don't you go and ask them what their demands are? Also, these tribes are too scattered. Uncle, it would be best if you combine them into one. Lupus tribe, appoint a leader and give him the authority. Uncle's relationship with these tribes is actually like the relationship between an aristocratic family and a vassal family. An aristocratic family will usually have many vassal families. These vassal families will provide blood to the aristocratic family. The aristocratic family will need to protect the benefits of the vassal families. This will allow them to live better than other families. Wu Taiyu, who had returned victorious, saw Yu Shun, who had lost an arm, and Shui Cheng, who was heavily injured. He was furious. Martial techniques. Martial spirits. The desert was bustling with activity. But to the entire Lupus constellation, the desert was a desolate and barren land. Not many people paid attention to it. Sai Lei and Pai Pa were discussing something. Bing rode on Sky Tiger and rushed in like a gust of wind. Sai Lei, Sai Lei! All right, don't bother me. Come back in 3 days to get it. All of you get out. Sai Lei, who was in a state of work, was extremely overbearing. Tang Tian threw the matter to him. He was also in a bad shape, but since it was his request, he naturally could not reject it. Chapter 280. Although he spent most of his time in the recruit barracks, he still had very little understanding of the recruit barracks. Most of them treated it as a training ground. And as for the subjects, Bing would only bring him here if he met with any problems during training. He only knew the simplest weaving method, the 3 strands intersecting method, which was taught by Chia step by step. The fine flow of true power in the martial spirit, Silver Flame, suddenly pulled out a silver white thread. Then introduce it to me properly. Tang Tian stretched his body and rubbed his aching head. Interesting. After staring blankly for half a day, Tang Tian suddenly thought of a stupid idea. He thought about how Chia would weave a red string every year and replace the old red string on his bronze plate. Interesting. Very quickly, Tang Tian understood what the so-called true power thread was. True power thread. It was the first time Tang Tian heard of such a term. When the true power was being tempered, it would be like steel being heated red and become soft. Suddenly activating a martial technique, the originally slow-moving true power would suddenly increase in speed and would pull out the true power thread. Tang Tian thought it was fun and started to pull out the true power thread. Tang Tian used one finger to move the colorful stars, and the stars followed the orbit and rotated very quickly. A small black star stopped in front of Tang Tian. He continued, "This true power thread is a very unorthodox subject, and there are very few people who train in it, and even fewer people who train in it." But after half an hour, Tang Tian suddenly realized the silver white true power thread did not disappear. According to the information that was transmitted into his brain, the true power thread that was pulled out, once it left the martial spirit, it would once again disappear and fuse with other true power. When he looked at the time, he was shocked. Unknowingly, he had already sat there thinking for an entire day. After thinking for an entire day, he still did not have a single clue, and his heart was somewhat gloomy. Tang Tian was slightly disappointed. Tang Tian immediately felt that it was interesting. He had tempered his true power so many times, but had never thought of such a method. He tried all sorts of methods, but they were all useless. Tang Tian started to worry. But at this time, Tang Tian did not have the energy to check carefully. He was so tired that he could not even open his eyes. It was extremely simple and boring. Needless to say, this plaything had its own technical content. Whenever he activated the martial technique, what kind of martial technique he activated, the true power that was pulled out would be different. For the last time, when he activated the Fire Scythe, Ghost Claw, mental cultivation technique, the true power thread that was pulled out was the thinnest and the brightest. Young Tang, who had a depressed expression on his face, could never have imagined that the thing that he had broken and tossed around would have such glory and a reputation that would cause countless people to revere and fear it. His meridians were filled with countless hair-like threads. There were countless threads of true power in his body. 3 days later, Tang Tian finally heaved a sigh of relief. He snapped out of his thoughts, took a deep breath, and shook his numb head. He struggled to stand up. His body was numb from sitting for so long. Very quickly, he realized that although the true power was not under his control, it was only tangled together. Some were blocked, and some could still be controlled. Tang Yi saw Tang Tian's disappointment and said, "In the recruit camp, martial artists who specialize in martial spirits are very rare. Before the 8th level, to be able to congeal a martial spirit is already not easy. Even for those talented recruits, to be able to cultivate a true power thread is not easy. Mecha subjects are training subjects that require driving mechanical weapons to complete, while mecha-free subjects do not require driving mechanical weapons to complete training." Tang Yi said in a deep voice. Its body was much smaller than the Dantian. He used the martial spirit to start tempering the true power, and the true power quickly became soft, which he had long noticed. When the true power entered the martial spirit, it would become soft, but once it left, it would return to normal. Yes, Tang Yi nodded his head. For example, what Master had completed intuition training is a martial spirit-related subject. To a martial artist, the body, true power, techniques, martial spirit are the 4 basic essentials. There is no need to doubt the importance of the martial spirit, especially in the middle stages of training. The importance of the martial spirit will gradually show itself, and the army places great importance on this. But to the recruits, to congeal a martial spirit is the most important goal. The martial spirit-related subjects all revolve around this goal. 3 true power threads weave into a middle-grade true power thread, and then 3 middle-grade true power threads weave into a large true power thread, and then 3 large true power threads. Martial spirit? Tang Tian's heart moved and said, "The recruit barracks have martial spirit-related training?" At the start, he was extremely clumsy, and the true power threads were not as obedient as before. But after that, Tang Tian realized if he used the martial spirit to control it, the results were abnormally good. He thought for a long time, and felt that it might be because of the thin layer of martial spirit on the true power threads. "Yes," Tang Yi said, "the recruit barracks goal is to provide the army with qualified recruits. Qualified recruits are usually around the 8th level and need to comprehend 3 types of 8th level martial artist killing techniques, and those who are outstanding in certain subjects can relax. The training of tactical qualities has a total of 12 subjects. Among the 12 subjects, there are 6 mecha subjects and 6 mecha free subjects." Compared to the recruits of the new army, Tang Tian's silver martial spirit was many times stronger. When it entered Tang Tian's dantian, it coiled up like a silver snake and shrunk into a ball. "What are mecha subjects? What are mecha free subjects?" Tang Tian exposed a look of interest. "What to do?" "Yes, when martial techniques reach a high level, it is inseparable from the martial spirit," Tang Yi said, "but that is for the experts. To the ordinary recruits, they only need to understand it." He still wanted to take a look at the martial spirit-related subjects in the recruit barracks, and if it could give him some inspiration. The target of the recruit barracks martial spirit subjects was just to condense the martial spirit, and he had long broken through the step. Without saying a word, he fell asleep. Following the increase in his techniques, especially the technique of using the martial spirit to control the true power threads, he became more and more proficient, and his efficiency increased greatly. "Master!" Tang Yi stood by the side. Young lad Tang panicked. He forced himself to calm down and started to think of a way. This thought immediately made Tang Tian happy. He was actually able to think of such a genius idea. Tang Tian felt as though he was using spirit cards to learn martial techniques. But the information was very simple and was not as rich as the comprehension of the spirit cards. Tang Tian started from the true power threads that he could control and patiently weaved the true power threads together. Tang Tian's mind was in a mess. Things were not going as smoothly as he thought. He racked his brains, but could not think of a way to use the martial spirit to compress the true power. The first time the martial spirit tempered the true power, it was extremely useful. The true power became much purer, but after a few cycles, the tempering had no effect. Luckily, Tang Tian had enough patience and buried his head to make it up. This was the best idea he could think of, and once he decided, he was extremely focused. To clear the meridians, he needed to retract the true power threads, but these true power threads were completely not listening to him. Just at this moment, he suddenly realized these fine true power threads were like a messy ball of wool, tangled together, and he was unable to activate them. From the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of the slowly rotating planets. Yes, although the army grooms all sorts of talents, but the army's main body are mechanical martial artists, so the recruit barracks will naturally lean towards the training of mechanical spirit weapons. But the 6 types of non-weapon subjects basically cover all other aspects. True power, martial techniques, martial spirit, etc. all have their corresponding subjects. Tang Yi said. He immediately started to try. As expected, it was broken. What made Tang Tian extremely surprised was the true power in his body, following the jumping of the silver flame, was also jumping. Every planet represented a training subject in the recruit barracks, and Tang Tian had only completed less than a third of it. There won't be any side effects, right? Do you understand the recruit barracks? Tang Tian suddenly tilted his head and asked. Young lad Tang was dumbstruck. Haha, as expected of a godlike young lad. Not knowing how long had passed, Tang Tian suddenly realized the true power in his body was actually all pulled into true power threads. Not long after, he started to feel nauseous, which was a sign that his meridians were starting to clog. Then I will weave these true power threads together. His eyes darkened, and he was placed in a dark void. Just at this moment, the martial spirit in his body suddenly lit up, and a light aura shone out from his body. His silver spirit flame was burning fiercely. I have a basic understanding. Tang Yi said cautiously, "Is this the rhythm of breaking it?" As expected, on the spiderweb-like true power threads, there was an extremely thin layer of the martial spirit. Tang Tian's silver flame shrunk to half its original size. These true power threads were too thin, and there were too many of them tangled together, blocking his meridians. Tang Yi explained, "It is a method to use the martial spirit to control true power. It is to use the martial spirit to pull the true power into threads. This is to prepare for the future spirit martial techniques. Using the martial spirit to directly control true power is an extremely high-level technique. But in the recruit stage, the recruit's martial spirit is very weak and can only control very little true power and is unable to train in spirit martial techniques. The true power threads are more basic and have no power in the early stages. So there are not many people who train in it, but in the later stages, especially when they want to train in spirit martial spirits, they will usually start from the true power threads." "How do I train in the true power threads?" Tang Tian asked directly. Tang Tian shouted, "Tang Yi!" Suddenly, a thread of information entered his mind. Tang Tian understood. Just like the Valley of Starvation, it is a class without armor. Tang Tian was playing to his heart's content. The true power in his body was constantly being pulled into extremely thin threads by him. Unless Tang Tian saw the silver on the true power threads and pondered, could it be that his silver martial spirit, would there be a different change? Spirit martial technique? Tang Tian exposed a surprised look. A martial technique related to the martial spirit? "I'll go in and take a look. Could it be that the martial spirit could not compress true power?" Without saying a word, Tang Tian entered the training course. All the true power threads in his body disappeared, leaving only a silver whip, like a silver snake, flowing in his meridians. The layers of the silver whip were extremely rich. The silver light flowed, it was extremely active, and was much more agile than Tang Tian's true power. Tang Tian suddenly activated his martial technique. Chapter 281. Tang Tian, who had regained his senses from the satisfaction, carefully inspected his body and could not help but gasp. The silver snake grew bigger again. When the silver snake entered the narrow meridians, its body would lengthen, and its diameter would shrink, but its speed would not change and was extremely fast. The desert was unprecedentedly bustling. Countless people from every corner of Lupus constellation headed towards the desert. Ever since Wu Taiyu swore to annihilate all the tribes in the desert, the entire Lupus constellation was in an uproar. Every single true power whip in his body was like an agile silver snake, flowing quickly in his meridians. It was too agile. The meridians were like a big river. It could easily swim and change directions. Wherever it swam, the energy in the meridians would be sucked dry. Tang Tian immediately fainted from Bing's bluff. He straightforwardly interrupted. "Stop! Get to the point." When Tang Tian started to instigate his true power, he was stunned to realize there were many differences from before. Uncle Bing's voice woke Tang Tian from his deep sleep. Tang Tian opened his sleepy eyes and sat up in a daze. When he saw Bing in front of him, his expression immediately became unkind and clenched his teeth. "I hate it when people disturb my sleep." Tang Tian did not ask why, and straightforwardly replied, "Yes." The time he took to recover true power was much shorter than before. The silver snake in his body was absorbing true power at a frightening rate. 1/7 level star rock, and it recovered back to normal. Tang Tian's heart moved, the silver snake was still much smaller from the meridians. Who knew if it could grow bigger? This also meant every cycle of the silver snake would be tempered by the martial spirit once. He decided to give it a name. So cool! The martial artist behind him looked at this broad back view with deep reverence and worship. One day only requires 1/7 level star rock. Bing extended one finger, his face solemn. To quickly recover true power, after hesitating for a while, Tang Tian still used the training clothes. Tang Tian took off the helmet of the training clothes, turned, and asked Bing, "Didn't you say it can last for a day?" Its speed was extremely fast. Now, Tang Tian only needed a third of the time to complete one cycle. Being able to see how such an expert fought and how he attacked was undoubtedly a valuable experience for them. He continued to add a level 7 star stone onto his training clothes. Everyone wanted to see the current number 1 person of Lupus Constellation, Wu Taiyu. How strong was he? However, many martial artists estimated that Tang Tian's ranking was around 9,500. Tang Tian and the rest were at an absolute disadvantage. There was a difference of 400 ranks on the heaven list. Who knew how much of a difference their strength was? No one thought that Tang Tian would win, but everyone was still very interested in this battle. However, Tang Tian quickly threw his dispirited feelings to the back of his mind. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that he had created something completely new. In the past, the true power in his body had shrunk into a silver snake. Wasn't that another form of compression? Are you for real? Tang Tian looked suspiciously at Bing, who was asking for credit. When have I ever lied to anyone? Bing's eyes widened in anger, his face full of righteousness. After making up stories for a few days and nights, his body was abnormally tired. The feeling of being completely enveloped by energy made him feel like he was soaking in a hot spring, unspeakably comfortable. His body greedily absorbed the dense energy, like a dried-up riverbed, being moisturized by the rain. Every cell in his body was immersed in an indescribable joy. But then something even more unexpected happened. Tang Tian realized that he could no longer use crane body energy. As expected, his face was flushed red. After staring blankly for half a day without saying a word, he angrily rushed towards the martial spirit chamber. No one would have thought that it would actually be such an outcome. After squandering for 15 minutes, the true power in his body was almost depleted. In other words, if he were to fight with all his might, he could at most last 15 minutes. That was not a good thing. When the silver snake moved, it did not glide forward, but rotated forward at high speed, especially when it passed through the meridians in his arms. It was like a rotating silver arrow shooting out at high speed. Tang Tian doubtfully wore the training clothes that Bing gave him. The training clothes were indeed like an armor, tightly wrapping around the entire person. Upon wearing it, Tang Tian immediately felt a dense energy coming from the training clothes, wrapping around his entire body, and the ever-changing silver snake true power was extremely suitable for wind concealment. The silver snake true power could suddenly change direction in his meridians. If it was in the past, he would definitely vomit blood. But now, Tang Tian's wind concealment was even more strange and unpredictable. All sorts of movements that defied common sense were displayed by Tang Tian's hands, causing Feng Chou and Tang Yi to be dumbstruck. He stared blankly at the shattered star stone on his training clothes. Sai Lei had solemnly vowed that a level 7 star stone could guarantee a day's worth of training. That was why he had come over to ask for credit. If not for Yu Shun's failure, Feudal Martial would have long become the number 1 powerhouse. And for a strong martial artist like Wu Taiyu to make a move, it was not easy to see. Many martial artists came because of his fame. To them, Wu Taiyu was already an unreachable target, and they could only see his back. Bing then reacted and immediately felt something was amiss. But he understood Tang Yi well, and acted as though he did not hear anything, and changed the topic godlike young man, I've brought you something amazing, a brand new version of the training clothes. Oh, using the energy house as the version. Sai created it wholeheartedly, the strongest version in history, the first of its generation. This is definitely an epic-making masterpiece. It is perfectly suited for a planet with low energy density. The efficiency is so high, it has reached the highest level in history. He added 10 7th-level star rocks in a row, and its body swelled until it was almost as thick as the meridians. Tang Tian understood at this point he was not anxious, and only continued to revolve. The silver snake in his meridians revolved round after round, and every time it revolved, it would become smaller, but the silver light would become more profound. Hey, godlike young man, godlike young man. Everyone wanted to see. What did Wu Taiyu use to defeat Kongda? Without question, after defeating Yushen and the rest, Tang Tian and the rest's ranking would also increase greatly. Just that the new edition of Immortal Martial News had not been released, and Tang Tian and the rest's ranking was still unknown. His martial techniques became abnormally ferocious. The sparks from the fire scythe, Ghost Claw, became even more dazzling. The light rays were piercing, the power was more than doubled, and there was one more type. The power of the other martial techniques also increased explosively. How could Tang Tian be fooled by his appearance, and laughed coldly? Are we going to settle the debts of the training camp? Very quickly, Tang Tian and the rest's information was also found out by others. No one would have thought that Tang Tian and the rest were also Heaven Road list martial artists, and Tang Tian's ranking was as high as 9637. Bing stopped in his tracks, suddenly turned his face, and said coldly, I think you're tired of living. Your martial spirit is a good fertilizer. Bing immediately gave in. His poker face was filled with a flattering smile. Godlike young man, you can try it yourself. It will definitely only cost 1 7th-level star rock a day. Sai Lei is definitely a genius. No matter how small the energy room is, it will not be smaller than the armor. It can perfectly avoid wastage, and Sai Lei has optimized the design. Every bit of energy from the star rock will not be wasted. Sai Lei calls it the training clothes. Tang Tian was enlightened. No one would have thought that, halfway through, Tang Tian would actually appear. He felt that his body was like a huge whirlpool, frantically absorbing every drop of energy. After the training in the Valley of Hunger, Tang Tian's efficiency in absorbing energy was much higher than before, but today it was like a whale swallowing. The feeling of contentment was unprecedented. Tang Tian's spirit was roused. Wu Taiyu did not hide his tracks. Behind him were a large number of martial artists from all over. But he acted as though he did not see them, and continued to advance towards the Fire Wolf tribe. The faster the true power was circulating, it meant that Tang Tian could change his moves faster, and the explosive power of his martial techniques would be stronger. The laughter in the smoke stopped abruptly. It froze and did not move. He was shocked by Bing's threat. Tang Tian suddenly opened the training clothes, called Tang E over through a pile of star rocks, and instructed, You help me change the star rocks. As long as the star rocks on the training clothes break, immediately change one for me. Wu Taiyu, who had just defeated Kongda, was like the sun in the sky. His current ranking on the heaven list had already risen to 9102. In the history of Lupus Constellation, this was an unprecedented ranking, and Wu Taiyu's personal prestige had also reached the highest point. Tang Tian took a deep breath and resolutely closed the training clothes. He wanted to rush to the 7th level, but after a while Tang Tian had no choice but to stop. The new true power was extremely strong, but it was consumed quickly. I'll call you Silver Spirit, Spiraling Energy. Tang Tian did not care about the two of them. His attention was all on the silver snake in his body. After the replenishment of a 7th-level star rock, the silver snake had grown a lot stronger. What made Tang Tian surprised was, every circulation, the current silver snake would pass through his martial spirit silver flame and pass through the martial spirit silver flame. and between his true power and the martial spirit, there was a mysterious connection. Wu Taiyu's speed was not fast. He did not sit in the carriage, but brought Shui Cheng as though he was taking a stroll. He walked on the sand in the desert. His tall and sturdy body, his calm and deep gaze, revealed endless self-confidence, especially when the news of Wu Taiyu not chasing away other martial artists spread. More and more martial artists came. Countless martial artists traveled day and night just to witness this battle with their own eyes. No wonder his efficiency in absorbing energy was so terrifying. The true power of a human was pulled into strands by him, and naturally could not transform into the shape of a crane. Tang Tian tried for a long time, and his face revealed a bitter smile. The crane body energy was relatively important to him. The power of the 1,000 cranes converging sleigh was also relatively strong. Bing was dumbfounded. Tang Tian nodded to himself, as he thought the martial spirit could continuously temper his true power. This kind of tempering, as compared to before, had a more outstanding effect. He was missing a killing technique. But Tang Tian did not have the mood to verify. The silver snake in his body, after continuous tempering, had already revealed its ability. The consciousness had expanded a few times. He had a premonition. It could not increase anymore. The sound of the star rock breaking came out. Tang Tian felt the energy outside suddenly disappear. Ha 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 ha. The smoke let out a gloating laugh. Chapter 282. He had picked out those talented youths, and had already asked Huma Air to bring them quietly towards Three Spirits City. The revival of Immortal Constellation Mountain was unstoppable. The green-robed lad was deep in thought, and said, "I've checked on their background. The sudden rise of these three, and their entry into the heaven list, has long attracted the attention of many. Among the three, Crane is from Heavenly Crane Constellation, and among the disciples of Crane Sect, he is the most outstanding young disciple. Ling Su's background is unknown, and no one knows where he came from. His spear techniques are outstanding, and his mechanical beast is a flamingo. Its entire body is covered in flames, and its speed is extremely fast. And Tang Tian is even more interesting. He comes from a planet called Wuan Star." Deep breaths, calm down, calm down. He had never led such a stupid, and low-quality team before, never. Sometimes he even suspected if his decision was wrong. The person behind Wu Taiyu, why is he targeting Tang Tian and the rest? What's his motive? The green-robed lad asked suspiciously, "What do you mean by ability? What do you mean by not ability?" The middle-aged martial artist said disapprovingly, "A win is a win, a loss is a loss. In this world, the winner takes all. Who cares how you won?" In his eyes, Tang Tian was a freak born to fight. Yes, Tang Tian and Jie Shanghai's relationship was not shallow, and the Shangguan clan had already treated Tang Tian as a son-in-law. Previously, Tang Tian went to Immortal Constellation Mountain to look for Jie Shanghai, but who knew that Jie Shanghai was not there? But Tang Tian helped the Shangguan clan and resolved the crisis. The Shangguan clan had now become the #1 aristocratic family of Immortal Constellation Mountain. It was said that the crisis was orchestrated by the clan union. In the end, it angered Tang Tian, and before he left, he asked his good friend Heaven Shower Blade Wu Guang, and spent 3 months to wipe out the clan union's stronghold in Immortal Constellation Mountain. The clan union's power in Immortal Constellation Mountain was uprooted, and Tang Tian had an extremely high reputation and influence in Immortal Constellation Mountain. Tang Tian has an honorable martial alliance background. There is someone behind Wu Taiyu. The middle-aged martial artist said with certainty, "I have fought with him for so long, and I know him very well. He seems bold but not astute, but he is actually very shrewd. He is definitely not a careless person." The young man's spirits rose. Fortunately, Yu Shun and the others were disappointing and held us back. The surrounding people all looked ashamed, especially the green-robed youth, who looked even more ashamed. In fact, When his subordinates investigated the information, they almost couldn't believe their eyes. Practicing fundamental martial techniques for 5 years. Was this a joke? Wasting 5 years of precious time on fundamental martial techniques was not worth it. A loss is a loss. Don't be unconvinced. The middle-aged martial artist chuckled. It's just a pity that you missed such a good opportunity. If not for Yu Shun and the rest losing and feudal marshal taking the chance to attack, feudal marshal's first place would be in the bag. Martial artists could be seen everywhere in the deserted desert. And Jie Shangguan seemed to have found a way to recover the power of the immortal crown. The power of the immortal series of star treasures was rapidly recovering. Immortal Constellation's power was also rising rapidly, and some people noticed that the energy concentration of Immortal Constellation was also quietly recovering. It's good that you know. The middle-aged martial artist chuckled, and his tone became serious. 3 people and a spirit general. Yu Shun lost an arm. Shui Cheng was seriously injured, Yong Qiu was captured, and feudal marshal's elite army was completely wiped out. Such a battle record. Who could achieve it in these few years? Such a powerful person. He was born at the bottom, but he has such amazing achievements. The middle-aged martial artist sighed. The green-robed youth changed the topic. The problem now is, why did Wu Tai want to deal with Tang Tian and the rest? Tang Tian and the rest didn't offend him? Bing had been busy these few days. In his eyes, Lupus tribe was not even comparable to bandits. Once it involved military matters, his occupational disease would cause him to have a strong, obsessive-compulsive disorder. Reorganizing Lupus tribe and making them at least a qualified vassal. The green-robed youth's eyes lit up. You're talking about the person behind the scenes? Relax. The middle-aged martial artist chuckled. No one here will recognize us. So when the middle-aged martial artist heard about Jie Shangguan, he was immediately taken aback. But Tang Tian's current strength made him speechless. As long as the difference in strength between both parties was not too great, it was not easy to win against Tang Tian. The only thing that made Bing regretful was that Tang Tian was not born for battles. Those large-scale battles were the battlefield that Bing loved the most. Compared to the people below, who were full of worries, Bing was not worried. Yes, his background is simple and easy to check, the green-robed youth said. He grew up with his mother, but a few years ago his mother passed away. He had always been studying in a school called Andrew Academy. Coincidentally, Immortal Constellation's Jie Shangguan was his classmate and was his childhood sweetheart. Master, you're saying that this Wu Tai you really defeated Kong De with his own strength? A green-robed youth beside him asked in disbelief. The youth had red lips and white teeth. He was suave and unrestrained, waving his paper fan. But, from the rankings, Tang Tian and the other 2 are not considered strong. The green-robed youth was doubtful. The green-robed youth was slightly embarrassed. He shook his head. No, I ran as far as I could. Oh, I think it would be difficult for me to even escape. Yes, very powerful. The green-robed youth's tone was filled with admiration. This person's IQ is not high, and his talent is extremely poor. But his perseverance is unparalleled. He trained fundamental martial techniques for a whole 5 years and became a famous student in the area. He was mocked by everyone, and even Andrew Academy expelled him. Who knew that he would be chosen by Caramel Academy? I don't know how he was enlightened, but his strength increased by leaps and bounds, and he quickly became a local expert. Hey, the middle-aged martial artist under the bamboo hat chuckled. Wu Taiyu is fighting with his back to the wall. If he wins this battle, everything will be fine. But if he loses, then he will have nothing. Don't think that he is calm now. He must be preparing a backup plan. Yes, he isn't. The middle-aged martial artist sighed. Even I have been thinking these few days, if it was me, would I be able to complete it? After thinking, I still don't have the confidence. Yu Shun, Shui Cheng, Yong Qiu, with 2 of them, I already feel that it will be troublesome. With 3, I can still win, but I'm afraid I will have to pay a huge price. And with the addition of 100 feudal martial elites, I will choose to leave. Immortal Constellation Chia Shangguan. The middle-aged martial artist was taken aback. That has nothing to do with us, the middle-aged martial artist said decisively. No matter what his motive is, there cannot be 2 tigers on the same mountain. Wu Taiyu defeated Kongda. His ambition to dominate Lupus Constellation has already been revealed. Will he let me go? After training for 3 days, this group of people still had a blank look on their faces. They made so many mistakes that Bing could not bear to watch. Stragglers, motley crew, these words were no longer sufficient to describe this group of trash. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. No matter how weak Immortal Constellation was, it was still a northern sky constellation. Now that the revival was so obvious, it was not something that a small southern sky constellation like Lupus Constellation could compare to. To Lupus Constellation, this was just an insignificant amount of power. But this was already all the power in the desert. A middle-aged martial artist, wearing a wide-brimmed bamboo hat. Beside him, a few followers looked around vigilantly. Suddenly his body froze. His poker face flashed a look of surprise and joy. An astonishing undulation came from the recruit barracks. You have eyes but cannot see, the middle-aged martial artist snorted. My subordinates, whoever has the ambition to train fundamental martial techniques for 5 years, I will definitely take him in as a disciple and personally teach him. All of you, don't talk about training for 5 years. Who has trained for more than a year? All of you have your eyes on the top and think that you are a genius. Now, you know what a true genius is like. 44 tribes, the smallest tribe only had 40 people, while the bigger tribes had no more than 6,000 people. The majority of the tribes had 600 to 700 people. Gathering together, Lupus tribe had a population of about 50,000 people. Many times, those low-level mistakes made him so angry that he was seething with anger. Are we finally going to fight? The green shirt lad's face was filled with excitement. The other guards were also excited. These few days, they had been hearing about Wu Taiyu's actions. It was as if the entire Lupus constellation would fall into Wu Taiyu's hands the next day. Everyone was unconvinced. Because of Wu Taiyu's threat to massacre the city, all the tribes in the desert gathered at Firewolf Tribe. But now it was called Lupus Tribe. The newly built strongholds were endless, and it was very lively. You, still so frivolous, the middle-aged martial artist reprimanded. We have fought so many times. Don't you know what kind of people you shun and the other 2 are? You shun and the other 2, along with 100 feudal martial elites. With such a lineup, can you win? The rankings cannot explain everything. The middle-aged martial artist shook his head. If we were to talk about the rankings, we and Kongda used to have a very small difference. But in actual combat, Kongda is definitely better than us. How can Kongda, that old bastard, lose so easily? The green shirt lad clenched his teeth. Immortal Constellation had sunk for a long time. It was almost kicked out of the northern sky's 19 continents. All these years, the only famous person in Immortal Constellation was Chia Shangguan. Rumors said that the Immortal Constellation crown was in the hands of Chia Shangguan. The downfall of Immortal Constellation was completely caused by the Immortal Constellation crown's sudden drop in rank. The Saint Treasure's drop in rank led to the Immortal Constellation's series of treasures to drop in rank. Tang Tian was the leader of the 3. The green shirt lad had investigated Tang Tian in detail. Then what do we do? The green shirt lad quickly asked. Fringe planets? The middle-aged martial artist was stunned. Fringe planets were the lowest grade planets. The energy concentration on them was the lowest among all the planets. It was the most desolate planet in Heaven's Road. Tang Tian had broken through to the 7th level. The middle-aged martial artist only chuckled. He did not say a word. Us. We bet on Tang Tian. Under the middle-aged martial artist's bamboo hat, a cold glint flashed past. He said, "Don't be scared. You have to think the person behind Wu Taiyu. Why didn't he do it himself, but let Wu Taiyu do it? Obviously, Tang Tian's group is not that simple. The person behind the scenes has misgivings. Since that's the case, then let the cards on the table go up against the cards on the table." Looking at the crooked fellows in front of him, his head started to hurt. Bing picked out all the Heavens Road grade martial artists from Lupus tribe to form the Lupus army. He did not expect these fellows to be of any use. He just wanted them to be like a team. No. The green shirt lad's face turned even redder. The battle between these strong martial artists in his eyes was no different from two hooligans fighting on the streets. Compared to the subsidiary powers of the previous army, the Lupus tribe was worlds apart. He knew that doing these things was useless, but his professional habits made Bing do it. Chapter 283. The theory of the 7th level true power liquefaction was indeed reasonable. The true power that was absorbed into the meridians was not much thicker than before. No wonder the 7th level was a checkpoint. The efficiency between the 6th and 7th level was not just a few times. It was more than 10 times. I don't know how to pacify them. You go, I only know how to fight. Tang Tian shook his head. When the time comes to defeat Wu Taiyu, everything will be fine. Wu Taiyu is almost there. Remember to call me. Oh, right, is Belle in 3 Spirit City? What is luck? This is power, do you understand? Uncle. Tang Tian was rather unhappy. Big Dipper. Feng Cho exclaimed again. That is the secret of Ursa Major constellation. How can it be an incomplete version? The situation is not too good. Bing's face congealed. Wu Taiyu has already entered the desert. Now everyone is more worried. You better go and pacify them. But after the battle, it was time to walk out of the recruit barracks and head deeper in. Just like a big gluttonous snake, turning into 6 small gluttonous snakes. Bing looked at Tang Tian suspiciously, but he quickly shook his head. If this brat was so black-bellied and deep. Wow, if I met an ambitious and ruthless overlord, why would I be so tired like a dog now? What? You said it is true power silk. Bing said, Ursa Major constellation used to be a very strong existence, but now it has fallen. Ursa Major constellation is most famous for the Big Dipper, which is the strongest 7 stars of Ursa Major constellation. The Big Dipper army used to be a strong army, although it was still lacking compared to us. The Big Dipper 7 stars has always wanted to break away from Ursa Major constellation and form its own constellation, but I do not know how it is now. Now that you have 6 rays of chi in your body, this Ursa Major star's umbrella is a good target to imitate. Of course, I do not have the exact mental cultivation method. I am just giving you a train of thought. If one could see through it, one would realize the 6 rays of silver light with an indescribable pattern flew around Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian's martial spirit silver flame was like a pivot controlling everything. With just a thought from Tang Tian, it was like an arrow leaving the bow, advancing through his meridians at an astonishing speed. Bing's bewildered voice made Tang Tian extremely pleased. He laughed out loud. How is it? Powerful, right? This is the silver spirit, spiraling energy that I created. Feng Cho was dumbfounded. Luckily, he dodged quickly, or else he would have been hit by the fist energy. What a ferocious punch! Feng Cho was secretly shocked. He just saw an extremely fine silver light flash past Tang Tian's skin and into his fist. How's the situation outside? Tang Tian suddenly asked. A loud and clear explosion sounded. The air in front of Tang Tian's fist suddenly exploded. A strong airflow wreaked havoc in the recruit camp. Bing's eyes flashed a look of anticipation. Yes, it's very different now. I call it silver spirit, spiraling energy. Tang Tian's face was also filled with joy. Pa! Although Bing's heart was shaken, he still did not admit defeat. Don't think that just because a blind cat caught a dead mouse, it's called a new martial technique. Let a professional judge it. Tang Tian's 7th level Dantian pool was like a small lake, and the silver spirit, spiraling energy, was like a huge water snake swimming in the lake. The silver spirit, spiraling energy, was desperately swallowing the true power in the meridians and the Dantian that was as condensed as water. Its body was continuously growing, but the speed of swallowing true power was obviously not as fast as the replenishment of true power. The water level in the Dantian was continuously rising. Cough! Bing, who regained his senses, hid his expression and pretended to say, "If that's the case, you're really creative. Your silver spirit, spiraling energy, is already close to a spirit martial technique. Of course, it's actually still very far away. Your luck is really not bad." The crucial point was its speed became even faster. Their size continued to expand, and in the blink of an eye, the water level, the true power in the 7th level Dantian, could be seen with the naked eye and was rapidly drying up. He was tricked by Tang Tian. After saying that, he felt extremely weird. According to the previous standards, only the 8th level could complete the recruit training. But Tang Tian, who had just stepped into the 7th level, in Bing's eyes, already had the qualifications to leave the recruit barracks. Although this fellow's mechanical weapon standard was still average, but his original martial technique standard was already high enough. Your next direction should be to continuously increase the number of true power bundles and not pursue the size of the true power bundles. So you've chosen the right path. Bing's expression was solemn. In the past, there was a strong martial artist he trained in a unique mental cultivation. It was a martial technique of the Ursa Major constellation called Ursa Major Star's Umbrella. It was an extremely complicated mental cultivation. It involved 36 different types of energy, which flowed endlessly in the body and formed one body. Once it was unleashed, it would be extremely terrifying. 36 different types of energy that was truly layered like waves and could break through anything. 36 different types of energy would explode in an instant, and it was extremely ferocious. But it was very difficult to train, and very few people were able to train it, but its incomplete version was very popular, called Big Dipper. Bing, who was scolded badly, found Crane and Ling Su to test it out. Who knew? Silei's results were not wrong at all. "Hey, why are you looking at me like that?" Tang Tian squinted his eyes, stared at Bing with an unkind look, as though if he did not agree he would fight. Coincidentally, Bing was returning to the recruit barracks. An intense airflow caused him to lose his footing. Bing's thoughts changed and showed it on his face, and his eyes had a look of ridicule and ridicule. "Congratulations." Feng Chai's eyes flashed a strange look, with a trace of surprise. "I never thought that you could actually break through to the 7th level so quickly, and your true power seems to be different." He ran to find Tang Tian to prove that he did not make any mistakes, but in the end, Tang Tian went into closed-door training, so he could only vent his anger on the Lupus tribe and reorganize the troops. But it was obvious he found the wrong group of people. Not only did he not vent his anger, but he was almost angered to death by the motley crew of the Lupus tribe. Other subjects. Bing was puzzled. These subjects are no longer of much use to you. 6 silver immortal spirits, like 6 rays of silver light, with astonishing speed, circulated endlessly in Tang Tian's body. Silver martial spirit. You have a silver martial spirit? Feng Cho, who was floating at the side, was in disbelief. Tang Tian's fist was only infused with true power. It was just an ordinary fist, but its power had already reached such a powerful stage. Could he be any more stupid? "Yes, I am not in a rush for the next few days." Tang Tian nodded, rubbing his fists. "Then I plan to train in all the other subjects in the recruit barracks for the next few days." "Haha," Bing laughed. "Let me tell you, why is it luck? In the realm of the perfection of the 6th level, normal people will definitely not have a silver martial spirit." Tang Tian pondered for a moment and suddenly punched out. Tang Tian's body was surrounded by countless small airflow, releasing a continuous chi-chi sound. This was because he was overflowing with energy and could not completely control it. But with the surging true power in his body, his silver spirit, spiraling energy had changed. Not only was it a few times bigger than before, its length was also twice as long. That's right, Bing's poker face laughed. Normally, people with silver martial spirits with their true power level can directly train in spirit martial techniques and will not use a half-finished product like you. The reason why it is a half-finished product is because although your martial spirit is infused with true power, the martial spirit itself does not have any attack power. Next time you see spirit martial techniques, in spirit martial techniques, the killing power of the martial spirit is stronger than the true power. The true power is like a carrier for the martial spirit. But now, it is the opposite. The martial spirit is only used for communication. The killing power still depends on the true power. But your thinking is right. You have a silver martial spirit. If you do not use it, then you are an idiot. Spiraling energy is actually used by many people. Bing continued, but the true power bundle that you weave is obviously a step further, more solid and condensed, so the power is stronger. But still, if not for the silver martial spirit, you will not be able to weave it. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw plus Silver Spirit Spiraling Energy, complemented by Wind Concealment and Air Shield Strike Technique, this rascal was definitely abnormal. Feng Chao's eyes congealed. Swoosh, the floating head suddenly disappeared. Tang Tian felt that Bing was right. If he could really cultivate 36 silver spirit spiraling energy, then that would be amazing. Last time, he had angrily gone to question Sai Lei about the training suit, but he had been scolded by Sai Lei, who had flown into a rage. Sai Lei threw out 2 sets of training clothes and asked him to find someone else to try it on. You want to ask her about the blood meridians? She has been out for a few days and has not returned yet. She is looking for information. She cannot always stay in 3 Spirit City. The 6 silver spirit spiraling energy started to devour the true power with all its might. Tang Tian stood up. In his hands, there were countless of new and old soldiers who had trained in the true power silk, but none of them were able to comprehend a new martial technique. This rascal, could it be that his usual stupidity was all an act? Let's try. Feng Chou exposed a look of interest. Tang Tian realized a serious problem. Following the continuous expansion of the silver spirit spiraling energy, it was already very difficult to enter the meridians. What is this? Tang Tian quickly thought of a good idea to turn the big snake into more small snakes. But thinking of the experience of being blocked, he decided that the number of small snakes could not be too many and temporarily set it at 6. But his attention was completely attracted by the new silver spirit spiraling energy that Tang Tian had created. He was a person who knew what was good and what was bad. A normal punch, the power of the silver spirit spiraling energy, had already shocked him. After listening to Tang Tian's explanation, Bing almost thought that he had heard wrongly, but no matter how he thought about it, he did not think that Tang Tian's tyrannical and ferocious silver spirit spiraling energy was actually comprehended from one of the basic training subjects in the recruit barracks. What made Tang Tian happy was that the 6 silver spirit spiraling energy were completely under his control. The martial spirit was directly connected to them, like 6 tamed small snakes. But this was a painstaking effort and could not be rushed. The Tang Tian in front of him was like a freak who specialized in breaking his common sense. No matter when, he would always have the impulse to go crazy. His martial spirit moved, only to see the astonishing size of the silver spirit spiraling energy, squirming continuously, those true power silk, slipping away from it. Following the continuous shedding, the originally huge silver spirit spiraling energy became 6 much smaller silver spirit spiraling energy. Tang Tian was deep in thought. Bing was helpless towards Tang Tian's attitude of not caring, but when he heard Tang Tian ask about Belle, he understood. Chapter 284. Everyone was shocked by such a shocking scene. While flying, Wu Taiyu's sigh was not loud, but it floated in the air above the desert and could be heard from far away. There was a commotion among the crowd. There was only one person that Wu Taiyu called Brother Kong, Silver Moon Kongda. But never underestimate the heart of a martial artist who was determined to die. This Wu Taiyu is indeed strong, maybe. He doesn't need our help this time. A martial artist said, casually. A hint of warmth appeared in Kongda's eyes, and a silver Aquarius appeared in his hands, and he threw it to Xiao. Anyway, these things will benefit others. If you die, you keep it. The awe-inspiring aura enveloped the entire area, and the martial artist's limbs went soft. The figure floating in midair at the top of the hill, in their eyes, was like a god. Xiao stared blankly at the sky where Kongda had just died, and on his wooden face, 2 streaks of tears hung. He suddenly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times towards the spot where Kongda had stood blankly. Pa! Kongda laughed. This life of mine is enough. What happens after death? What does it matter? To be able to end this life with a spectacular battle, I have no regrets. I know. Kongda looked at the round moon in the sky. I just don't want the legacy of Silver Moon to end with me. Wang. The martial artists instantly revealed looks of excitement. Earthen Bear wave. Give this to us. We can still kill Tang Tian and the rest. Another martial artist was a little jealous. The blood moon was blocked by the bear's paw, but the blood moon was like a sharp wheel spinning at high speed, sinking into the bear's paw at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, half of the blood moon had sunk into the bear's paw. There was no pain on Kongda's face, but a smile. The injuries on Kongda's body, without 1.5 years, would definitely not heal. Came to die? The youth was stunned. Brother Kong, why did you come? You seeking your own death like this? And it puts me in a difficult position. The bear's shadow, which was injured, was extremely ferocious and roared continuously, its other palm grabbing towards the blood moon. Wu Taiyu also knew that it was a matter of life and death, and roared, Kill! Kant, who had lost a lot of blood, raised his face, burning with fanaticism like a silver wolf howling at the moon. Suddenly, Kongda's expression changed. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force pushed Xiao's body several 100 feet away. Kant warned, if others knew that the inheritance of Silver Moon was in Little Five's hands, they would do anything to get it, and Little Five's life would be in danger. Take a good look at Silver Moon. The green-clothed youth stared blankly at Kongda, dumbfounded. Is old Thief Kang's brain stuck in the door? Isn't that courting death? No one knew about his battle with Kant. Today, there were countless of martial artists following behind him, and the victory under the watchful eyes of the crowd would definitely spread to every corner of Lupus constellation. When the time comes, everyone will submit to him, and he can create an even stronger feudal marshal. In the distance, a proud figure appeared on a sand dune. He would definitely win this battle. The crowd was intimidated. Even the middle-aged martial artist, wearing the bamboo hat, was shocked, speechless. The blood moon buzzed lightly, and the sound shook the surroundings, transforming into a misty moonlight mixed with a bewitching blood-red flowing light. Straight towards Wu Taiyu. A palm struck out. The blood moon wailed sorrowfully, and then exploded without any warning. In a mass of blood light, the blood moon disappeared along with a bare paw. Kanta was here. A blurry figure as huge as a mountain appeared on Wu Taiyu's back. It was a bear. The huge figure, dark red eyes, the might of the overlord of the forest spread out. Pity. I am still injured too badly. An undetectable low groan, as though it came from the depths of hell. Kongda's eyes flashed, and his words were like thunder. After the initial shock, he was secretly happy. In the eyes of the surrounding martial artists, Wu Taiyu's body suddenly released a heart-palpitating aura. His back view was like the overlord of the forest, unstoppable. But why not bear the humiliation and make a comeback? The green-clothed youth hesitated for a while and asked. The middle-aged martial artist under the bamboo hat exclaimed, Ursa Minor constellation. Silver treasure. So that's how it is. Puffs of blood mist exploded, and strangely entered the full moon. The previously silver-white full moon had already become as red as blood. The middle-aged martial artist was silent. Xiaowu, whose eyes were red, picked up the silver Aquarius cabinet in the sand and held it tightly in his hands, not saying a word. If Wu Taiyu loses to Tang Tian and the rest, you will follow Tang Tian and the rest to leave Lupus constellation. Kongda, you risked your life to attack, but it's just SOSO. It's just SO. Under normal circumstances, Wu Taiyu would definitely win. The bear's shadow struck out with his palm, and the aftermath of the savage aura made some of the more timid martial artists' legs go soft, and they fell on their butts. The martial artist who spoke just now suddenly had a glint in his eyes. That's Kongda's follower? Maybe I can get some benefits from him. Kongda has been the #1 person for so long, he should have some benefits. Kongda's body defied logic and slowly floated up from the ground. The full moon above his head was bright, and even the bright moon in the sky could not help but lose its splendor. Kongda did not have much of an impression of Xiaowu, except that he was dependable, although his strength was average, but he was brave, and the most reassuring thing was, as long as he was given a task, he would complete it without any hesitation. At this time, the sky was getting darker, and the silver full moon behind him became more and more eye-catching. His face was sinister, and the true power in his body surged. The middle-aged martial artist under the bamboo hat sighed with a tinge of respect and sadness. Kongda already has the determination to die, and especially here to meet his death. In front of him stood a simple and honest young man in cotton clothes. His appearance was simple and ordinary. "You two go, I'll watch," the boss said. After personally seeing Wu Taiyu's strength, he also felt that this task was very easy. To be able to defeat Wu Taiyu, such a strong martial artist, would never appear in Lupus constellation. Kongda's heart flashed a tinge of regret. His body, like dust, crumbled and disappeared in the air, disappearing without a trace. Wu Taiyu's face also changed. He did not expect Kongda to risk his life right from the start. Both of his palms suddenly expanded with silver light. A savage and ruthless aura suddenly exploded. The middle-aged martial artist said with some disappointment and sadness, because Kongda knows he has no chance of winning. To endure humiliation for the greater good is not to struggle at death's door. Only when there is hope will we endure humiliation for the greater good. We are wolves. Struggling at death's door is a disgrace. Wu Taiyu was currently meditating to recover that fierce bear shadow guarded by his side, although it was incomplete, but that heart-palpitating savage aura still made everyone at the scene not dare to move. The silver full moon floated above his head. The full moon had traces of fresh blood. It was exceptionally beautiful. Kongda looked at the round moon in the distant sky, and was somewhat in a daze, not knowing if the full moon 1,000 years ago was like today. The young man in green was shocked and blurted out, "Wu Taiyu is already so strong that Kongda can't see any hope." A layer of blood surfaced in his eyes, and the aura around him changed. Suddenly, the round moon hanging low in the sky increased in brightness. A bright light beam directly entered the blood moon above his head. He finally understood how Wu Taiyu defeated Kongda, so it was because of this silver treasure of Ursa Minor constellation. Wu Taiyu's feudal marshal originally walked the path of being overbearing and fierce. The unique, domineering aura of a bear was very compatible, although he still did not know which silver treasure of Ursa Minor constellation. But this treasure in Wu Taiyu's hands was rather terrifying. His body suddenly exploded into a blood mist, as though the blood mist was attracted and entered the full moon. Immediately the silver full moon was covered with a layer of faint red. It was actually Wu Taiyu. He looked at Wu Taiyu's smoke-like figure below, and a sinister smile surfaced on his lips. He did not have any intention to speak. Even if it was a drop of power, he was not willing to waste it at this moment. Wu Taiyu immediately noticed Kongda, and his pupils constricted. Xiao Wu, why did you follow? Kongda sat on the top of the sand dune. The dry wind blew past his face. His face was clear. Behind him was a silver full moon, quietly suspended. The silver full moon surfaced traces of blood. It was unusually ruthless and bloodthirsty. Kongda raised both his arms. Looking up, a fanatical look surfaced on his face. Pa pa pa. In the crowd, a few martial artists looked at each other and revealed a smile. Wu Taiyu's face had already returned to normal and said proudly, "Seems like old Kong has not given up, Humph. If I can defeat him once, I can defeat him a second time. This time, I must make him sincerely convinced." The shadow of the bear slowly disappeared. Wu Taiyu ignored the splitting pain in his palm and laughed wantonly. The blood moon pierced through the bear palm, but was blocked by another bear palm, and the blood moon once again entered the bear palm. Just at this time, the moonlight on the blood moon had already thinned to almost nothing. Kongda was defeated and heavily injured. The once powerful silver moon immediately fell apart. In front of Kongda, there was only Xiao Wu left. Xiao Wu had followed him for a long time, but he was usually not liked by Kongda. His talent was ordinary, and he was quiet. Among the experts under Kongda, he was extremely inconspicuous. The sky was nearing dusk, and the moon was already clearly visible. Following his figure flying very quickly, there were many figures on the sand dune. Bang! Brother Kong? The blood moon's light rays exploded. Kongda said without turning his head, but immediately laughed. He had actually entrusted the silver moon's inheritance to Xiao Wu. Was this the end of the road? The two of them were overjoyed and immediately chased. Xiao Wu stubbornly shook his head. There are many desert vultures. Xiao Wu stammered. This subordinate is not here for that. Xiao Wu shook his head. Master cannot die without someone to send him off. If Tang Tian and the rest are defeated, you must immediately leave Lupus constellation. Seeing the green-robed young man's dejected face, the middle-aged martial artist said indifferently, "Both of you watch this battle carefully." Forged with fresh blood, sacrificed to the silver wolf, without a breath, the body burns to ashes. Qi, the number one person of Lupus constellation, always has the pride of being the number one person of Lupus constellation. The middle-aged martial artist said indifferently, Wu Taiyu's roar was like thunder. The three great inheritances of Lupus constellation, Heaven Hook, Silver Moon, Feudal Marshal, are actually one family. You must be surprised. Lupus constellation's inheritance, Heavenly Marshal Werewolf Seal, was split into three branches roughly 1,000 years ago. The three families fought openly and secretly for 1,000 years, rising and falling, with ups and downs but never ending. The inheritance of Silver Moon cannot be destroyed in my hands. Train well. Even if you can't, don't worry too much. Some things are life. Everyone raised their heads, looking at the black figure on the highest sand dune. Kongda slowly stood up. The silver full moon behind him quietly floated up. Shui Cheng followed Wu Taiyu's gaze. His face changed and exclaimed, Kongda! Chapter 285. Belle skillfully asked for a cup of plum juice and casually found a corner to sit down. Gathering information was a job that required patience. She had been doing this for many years, and the experience of a silver onyx soul horse was not easily obtained. The silver liquid followed Ling Su's thoughts and quickly became thin, and in the blink of an eye, it wrapped around the silver spear. Is this the silver transformation? The size of the tavern was astonishing, with 3,000 tables spread out in rows. It had the grandeur of a large-scale academy's cafeteria. The tavern was not full, but there were many people sitting in groups of 3 to 5, and it was bustling. The backing of the Steel Horn Tavern was an elder of the Onyx Soul, adding that there were strong martial artists stationed all year round. No one dared to create trouble here. Because of that, it became the safest place in Yong'an City. Once the Yong'an blood was injected into the body, the martial artist could enter Yong'an City from any star door of the spirit region. So other than the pain, the silver transformation had such benefits. Ling Su felt an extremely fine silver liquid entering his silver palm. That was the power of the silver transformation. Ling Su's gaze swept across the room and finally landed on a huge hammer weighing over 400 pounds in the corner. It was probably used by some martial artists to train their strength, but it seemed like it had not been used for a long time and was covered in dust. Would he have died from the pain then? He started to use bandages and carefully wrapped them up. He used a lot of strength, and many times the bandages could help to stabilize his spine and alleviate the pain. Ling Su stared blankly at the ground full of steel powder, his heart in turmoil. The pain on Ling Su's face gradually disappeared. The security of Yong'an City was not bad, since it was Onyx Soul's territory. But the people in the city were not only Onyx Soul's people, there were many other powerhouses, martial artists. For a Blood Soul city of Yong'an City scale, it could produce about 300,000 drops of Yong'an blood, which meant that Yong'an City could accommodate 300,000 people. And this was just the silver spear surface, silver transformation. She suppressed the shock in her heart, called for the waiter, and bought a set of information. A rough voice reverberated in the tavern. Ling Su clenched his teeth. The power of the medicinal liquid continuously invaded his body. Needle-like pain spread throughout his body. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks and into the medicine barrel. He felt as if a lifetime had passed. The silver liquid could only travel through the silver-enhanced area. Ling Su, do your best. Ling Su somewhat understood, but he suddenly had a bold idea. Since only the surface of the silver spear was silverized, he would spread the silver liquid thinly and wrap it around the spear. Interested customers asked the waiter to buy a set of information for 5-star coins each. It was quite detailed. As for those guests who came from other places, they began to whisper to each other and discuss. The silver transformation had already started to corrode his bones. Ding Dang did not have any interest in reselling the Yong'an blood. She came here to scout for information. As it was Onyx Soul's stronghold, Yong'an City had many Onyx Soul horses, and everyone exchanged information here. He felt an indescribable sense of danger from the silver liquid. Who? Belle was already used to it. The tavern quietened down. Belle drank her plum juice, not even bothering to lift her eyelids. Every day, the tavern would open a betting stall. This was a gathering place for information and was well informed. The betting stalls were also very strange. The huge hammer directly exploded in front of Ling Su into a cloud of powder and iron shavings. The flying iron shavings left countless small holes on the wall. Chi. Another example was an aristocratic family's marriage alliance, betting on whether someone would snatch the bride. Ling Su held onto his spear and stood. Looking at the young man in the mirror, he said softly. At the same time, on the walls of the tavern, the words Tang Tian versus Wu Taiyu appeared. He rubbed his shiny silver fingers. A drop of Yong and blood. Belle was stunned for a moment. His hair was like strands of extremely polished silver silk. Even his eyelashes had turned silver. Suddenly, Ling Su's heart skipped a beat, and he grabbed his silver spear. Of course, he knew how powerful it was if he was an expert in fists, palms, fingers, and claws. With one finger and one palm, the opponent would turn into dust. Ling Su's reflection in the mirror suddenly laughed. He was amused by his own ridiculous and hilarious thoughts. Staying with this crazy young man for too long, it would indeed pull down one's intelligence. Ling Su's orange pupils stared at the silver liquid. In a blink of an eye, the number behind Wu Taiyu jumped to 2000000, and the number behind Tang Tian was only 150,000. Ling Su did not instigate any true power. His index finger lightly touched the surface of the steel shield. Chi. Like stabbing tofu, his index finger completely entered the steel shield. The silver liquid was like a silver droplet after melting silver. If the entire silver spear was silver and 10 drops of silver liquid entered the tip of the spear, the power Ling Su dared not imagine. He suddenly realized this silver spear was most likely an antique left behind by the silver frost mounts, specially made for silver transformation. This meant that the wager on Wu Taiyu's victory was already 2 million star coins, and the wager on Tang Tian's victory was only 150,000 star coins. But the silver liquid was not damaged at all. The jet black liquid was like a monster wriggling and rolling. His body was trembling unnoticeably, his eyes tightly shut, enduring the immense pain. Ling Su could not help but be startled. A strange light flashing in his eyes. Iron Horn Tavern, a pair of large iron horns, hung at the entrance of the tavern. A cold aura struck the iron hammer. For example, someone who wanted to break through to Sword Saint, opening a bet on whether he could succeed or not. Ling Su was enlightened. This steel shield was extremely tough. He needed to inject more than 50% of his true power to be able to use his fingers, to achieve the effect he saw. He raised his fingers, chi chi chi. In the blink of an eye, the shield was densely packed with holes like a beehive. The silver fingers closed together, gently waving his palm. Only when the bandages completely covered his body did he stop. Belle's heart sank. He stood up and stood in front of the mirror, the silvery white metallic luster, covering his deformed body, presented a twisted and bewitching beauty. Only that face, other than being a little whiter. There was no other abnormality. Ling Su raised his palm. The previously jet-black palm was now as slender as a lady's slender hand. That eye-catching silver made his palm look like a work of art. And this was just a drop of silver liquid. The silver liquid swiftly entered his finger. It stopped in his index finger. Ling Su's eyes glimpsed a metal shield at the side. It was a common desert cavalry shield. The shield was not big, with a diameter of about 0.5 meter, and could easily be tied to the arm. Its entire body was made of steel. The shield was carved with a camel pattern. Without waiting for Belle to react, the number behind Wu Taiyu on the wall of the tavern started to jump rapidly. Bang! The sheep horn wind bells had improved his pointed sea spear to a whole new level. The degree of silverization had greatly increased. His skin, flesh, blood, and tendons had all been silverized. Even the surface of his bones had some silver spots. Belle glanced around without batting an eyelid. There was nothing out of the ordinary. So strong. What exactly was the silver liquid? Ling Su was also shocked by the astonishing power and was dumbstruck. A 400-pound metal hammer was not difficult to pierce, nor was it difficult to smash, but to be able to instantly shatter like this, the power required was terrifying. He recalled his own silver spear was also constantly being silverized. At the start, in his eyes, the silverization was like a tenacious virus, constantly eroding everything he came into contact with. But after that, he realized, other than the silverization spreading throughout his body, the silverization could also occur was his spear. But after the initial shock, Ling Su also regained his senses. He understood that he was just thinking about it. The silverization of the silver spear was much slower than the silverization of his own body. After his entire body was silverized, he reckoned that this silver spear was not completely silverized. After a while, the medicinal liquid in the bucket gradually calmed down. The jet-black liquid became clear. Selling information, buying and selling items, discussing business, etc. All sorts of things that one could think of could be found here. Today's opening for the Battle of Lupus Constellation. There are 2 parties to bet on. One is Tang Tian's side. The other is Wu Taiyu's side. No limit of star coins. Everyone show your abilities, make a huge profit, and make money rolling in. Fire Wolf Tribe. Bang! The silverization of the silver spear was very low. Only a thin layer of silverization was on the surface. But even so, the silver spear looked even more dazzling than before. Ling Su tried to inject the silver liquid into the silver spear, but very quickly met with resistance. Below the surface of the spear, the silver liquid was unable to penetrate. Gently exhaling a long breath, A bead of perspiration rolled down the bridge of his nose. His silver eyelashes trembled. His eyes slowly opened. The orange-red pupils did not have the anger and intensity of the past. It was unusually calm. Ling Su's expression congealed, hesitated for a while. He activated 50% of his true power. His index finger fiercely pierced the steel shield. After the silverization of his body, it would produce a silver liquid. This silver liquid could freely flow through his body, unlike true power which could only flow along the meridians. Now in his body he could at most condense 1 drop of silver liquid. The silver white metallic luster and the strange scene formed by the deformed body disappeared. The young man in the mirror regained his usual handsome looks, the calm orange eyes slowly heating up, flames rising. A sharp sound pierced through the air. An almost undetectable trace flashed past. The steel shield suddenly exploded in front of him, exploding into a cloud of steel dust. Suddenly, dang, 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 a series of gong sounds rang out in the tavern. Just coming out of the medicine barrel, his spine had already started to ache. The pain brought by the silverization was extremely intense. If not for Ling Su's current willpower, which was much stronger than before, he knew that he would find it hard to bear. Then she could no longer bear it. Her face changed. Yong'an City was the Blood Soul City. The so-called Blood Soul City was a stronghold of Onyx Soul using blood meridians and martial spirits in the spirit region, and was also one of Belle's most active strongholds. She only needed to spend some contribution points to obtain the qualifications to enter Yong'an City. The Honorable Martial Alliance had the Honorable Martial Plate, while Onyx Soul had the Blood Soul City. Both had their own merits. Reselling Yong'an blood was also a profitable thing, just that it was a little more difficult. He extended his finger. In a moment, a drop of silver liquid seeped out of his silver fingertip. Belle, who was well versed in this, had a bad feeling. She was an old hand and had rich experience. Normally, the first to make a move were usually the people with the most insider information. These people were completely not optimistic about Tang Tian. Chapter 286. All along, Lupus Constellation had always been under the control of the Lupus people. For an experienced person like her, as long as she had money, she would not leave any traces behind. There was not much information, but she still managed to find some clues. Tian Zishi, Heaven Road list, rank 9370. Huai by Hua was not moved. You don't have to beat around the bush, just speak your mind. The man under the bamboo hat chuckled. I'm curious, how did you find me? Belle understood the market. To hire the 3 of them, it would definitely cost a lot. Heaven Road grade martial artists normally could be hired for 300,000 star coins a day. So when Wu Guang heard Tang Tian asking for 1 million a day, he agreed without hesitation. And when it came to the Heaven Road list martial artists, it was another price. Mao Jun's fee was at least 2 million star coins a day, and Bai needed 3 million star coins, and Tian Zishi's fee was at least 5 million star coins a day. Uncle, she smiled and nodded. Not bad, not bad. Jing Hao was overjoyed. That's great. Disciple will go too. That makes sense. Belle nodded approvingly, but in her heart she was laughing coldly. The Southern Cross Army had long fallen into the hands of the boss, and everyone was clear of Uncle Bing's background. Haha, there's no smoke without fire. The Southern Cross Army was so strong in the past, they would not have left nothing behind. Uncle, she laughed out loud. Hey, Uncle Shi, I want to find out something. Belle said lazily. You guys? Who are you guys? Huai by Hua had a look of anticipation and asked leisurely. The uncle had white hair, was around 40 years old, his clothes were tattered, and he was drinking a cup of cheap wine, looking rather relaxed. I'm from Onyx Soul, the man said. The Honorable Martial Sect was an extremely powerful method of sending people to the Honorable Martial Alliance, but the price was extremely high and the quota was extremely limited. This time, the teacher had given up his face to fight for it. Huai by Hua's heart shook, and for the first time he lost his composure. Suddenly, he thought of Tang Tian's background as an honorable martial artist, and finally realized that he was involved in the dispute between the three powerhouses. And by Heaven Road list, rank 9503. Belle and Uncle, she were talking about the time when Belle was being followed, but the two of them did not care much about it. Belle had long found out that those people were all killed by her. Belle was not as poor as she was in the past, although Tang Tian looked like he was stingy, but he placed great importance on information, and the funds in Belle's hands were plentiful. It was a pity that this time the Lyra treasury, these old fellows, were unable to enter. This made him somewhat worried. At this moment, a gong suddenly sounded, and another name appeared on the wall, Huai Bai Hua. The cost for the three of them was at least 10 million star coins a day. Heaven Hook Huai Bai Hua, one of the three big shots of Lupus constellation. Your name is well known, and no matter where you go, you cannot hide your glory. The man said respectfully. The three of them had been in Lupus constellation for more than 10 days, and had already spent 100 million star coins. Jing Hao sat obediently in front of an old man. This old man with white hair and beard was his teacher. The newcomer was a man of about 45 years old. His appearance was average and couldn't be any more ordinary. He had a smile on his face and bowed respectfully. Mr. Huai, I'm so happy to see you. Belle's face congealed. This meant that not only was the other party wealthy, his background was not simple. She was not clear about other people, but Tian Zishi, she had some understanding of him. If he was not someone with some background, it was impossible to invite him. Tang Tian has the background of the Honorable Martial Alliance. The clan union is still somewhat fearful, and does not wish to have any conflict with the Honorable Martial Artists. Uncle Yu sneered. It's a pity that the clan union is a group of nouveau riches. They do not know that they have long been infiltrated by us and the Honorable Martial Alliance. They thought they had kept it a secret, but they did not know that everyone already knew. How could the Honorable Martial Alliance sit and watch? Tang Tian and his people are not weak people. The man's expression was calm. We just need Mr. Huai to hand over Tang Tian to us. In exchange, we are willing to give Mr. Huai a star treasure that is not inferior to the earthen bear wave. Other than that, we will send experts to support you. Seeing his beloved disciple's unhappy face, the old man could not help but laugh. You don't have to worry. Amari and the rest have been improving at a godly speed. They should be training. Although the man's face was filled with respect, Huai Bai Hua knew that he did not have the authority to reject. Jing Hao had just seen the four of them. Their improvements far surpassed the other martial artists of the same generation. Humph! I will not bicker with you about this, but the things that I have inquired about today, you better not play games with me. Belle said, You can't. The old man rejected. The Lyra treasury is about to open. How can you leave? Belle pretended to be surprised. You're talking about the Southern Cross Army's treasures? Belle's expression was calm, but her heart was in a perilous state. Tang Tian had never hidden his motive for heading to the Southern Cross constellation. She did not see the saint treasure of the Southern Cross constellation, but she guessed in her heart that the news was 80% to 90% true, because she had the same guess. Belle stared at him. Uncle Yu, we have known each other for so many years, and you actually did not tell me anything about it. Jing Hao's expression was solemn. Your disciple will not let you down. Huai Bai Hua was deep in thought. Suddenly he asked, Who is the person behind Wu Taiyu? The person behind the scenes was determined. Wu Taiyu's aura is so overbearing. What will Mr. Huai do? The man's face was respectful, but his words were sharp. Wu Taiyu is narrow-minded, and Mr. Huai is a noble person. You will not live under someone else's roof. There will definitely be a battle. Then why are you guys here? I don't believe that a mere Wu Taiyu will attract your interest. Huai Bai Hua chuckled. Belle pointed to the wager on the wall. I want to inquire about this. Huai Bai Hua had already guessed it. but hearing the other party admit it, his eyes under the bamboo hat squinted. He said, "I never thought that Tang Tian would actually be related to Onyx Soul." The old man raised his hand. "This is not negotiable." But Belle had already calmed down. She stood up and glanced around. Finally, her gaze landed on a middle-aged uncle in the corner. Her eyes lit up. She walked to the uncle's table and sat down. "A fellow called Dihan," Uncle Yu said. "He was a small pawn of our organization. After Starwind City, he disappeared. I never thought that he would run to the clan union. I heard that the Saint Treasure of Southern Cross Constellation is in Tang Tian's hands. Relax. We will not sit back and watch." The old man laughed. "Since Tang Tian has joined us, we will definitely not let him be bullied. But the Honorable Marshal Group does not have a stronghold in Lupus Constellation. It is impossible to send a large number of people. But I asked Elder Ge for 4 spots for the Honorable Marshal Sect. Business." A chuckle came from under the bamboo hat. "Let's hear it." The middle-aged martial artist looked at the person in front of him. The bamboo hat covered half his face. No one could see the changes in his expression. Jing Hao's expression was high-spirited. He was full of confidence. "Teacher, relax. Your disciple has some ideas about the sword. I will definitely be unparalleled. Oh, little girl, you're here. I knew that group of people would not be able to do anything to you." Uncle Yu smiled. His square face already had wrinkles. He looked rather old. The tavern was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing. "Uncle," she revealed a look of surprise and sized Belle up. "You're actually interested in this matter?" Huai Bai Hua knew that he would not speak the truth. He did not mind. He said leisurely, "You spent so much effort to find me. It can't be just to say a few nice words, right?" Belle was familiar with the 3 names. She had even met Tianzi Shi before. The 3 of them were famous bounty martial artists. They did not belong to any powerhouses. The difference between bounty martial artists and assassins was that as long as they had enough money, they would accept any mission. The 3 of them were extremely powerful. They were all experienced bounty martial artists. "You have sharp eyes." The man was still respectful. "I have come to find Mr. Huai. I wish to do business with you." The 3 of them actually appeared in Lupus Constellation. They were even by Wu Taiyu's side. It was obvious that they wanted to deal with Tang Tian and the rest. The man was secretly shocked. To be able to dominate a region, they were not simple people. With just a few words, Huai Bai Hua had taken the initiative without batting an eyelid. The respect on his face did not diminish. "We are here for Tang Tian." With the 4 of them supporting him, he was much more at ease. Belle revealed her snow-white teeth. "My dear Uncle Yu, I have prepared 1,000,000 star coins for you. Let's see if you have the real deal." Such a place was useless to Onyx Soul. It was not only Onyx Soul. Honorable martial artists and the clan union were not interested in Lupus Constellation. You should have heard of the legend of Southern Cross Constellation. It has been around for a long time. The treasure of Southern Cross Constellation contains a huge secret. Uncle Yu laughed. Uncle Yu had a face of helplessness. You did not come to the tavern for that period of time. And with that group of small shrimps, how could they be your match? Jing Hao anxiously said, "But Mao Jun, Heaven Road list ranked 9632. Belle looked at the information in her hands. She looked at it very carefully. She was extremely sensitive to information. At her age, without any background or power, to be able to become a silver rank Onyx Soul Horse was not an easy thing to do. A suffocating feeling that a storm was brewing. It made his heart extremely depressed. Lupus Constellation, which had been peaceful for a long time, had become the battleground of the 3 powerhouses. It was easy to imagine that the following conflict would be extremely tragic. The man laughed. "We wish to help Mr. Huai Bai. Both sides will take what they need." The old man saw Jing Hao and relaxed. "You better look after yourself. Tang Tian's character is simple. His improvement in strength is faster than all of you. He has even created a unique martial technique. His ranking has also soared. Don't let him pull away from you. Honorable martial alliance. Uncle Yu said, seems like our Onyx soul has people who cannot hold back. Clan union. The man said, Lupus constellation was just a small constellation. Among the southern sky's 42 constellations, it was ranked towards the back. And Lupus constellation was not a newly developed constellation. It had a long history. Their resources and minerals had long been investigated. Lupus constellation was famed for its barrenness, and the blood meridians of the Lupus people had been researched by countless people in Onyx Soul. They did not have much value. The old man nodded. You have always been steady. I am the most assured. But this time, the matter of the Lyra treasury concerns the fate of our branch for the next 20 years. You must be careful.